Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news for Wednesday, November 26th, 2025. So we're on the verge of Thanksgiving, which for me means more that I'm on the verge of Black Friday than anything else. Even Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel here has a Black Friday special rewards going on. And yeah, I'm in the middle of a lot of things. I ended the last stream talking about how there was just a lot of ideas and projects that all came to me at once, and a lot of them were connected in general. And so in the next hour of warm-up we'll talk about what I've done here. Inherently I have a plugin that is changing the CSS on the web page, the way it looks on a lot of the web pages that I cover for news, called CSS Override. It's a Firefox extension. And then I had another plugin called, I think it's just called JS or JavaScript, to inject JavaScript. Really no reason to have both of those implemented, and neither one of those extensions are particularly good. I just got them quick and dirty and used them, and then since things were pretty much working, although how well they were working is very questionable now in retrospect, because having those extra extensions run means that you are inherently taking up more RAM for every single page, and that leads to a lack of optimization, certainly, particularly when you're opening every single new game that came out on Steam, and that's a lot of pages. So we'll be discussing what I've changed to. There is also uBlock Origin. At some point, there might very well be an argument towards getting rid of uBlock Origin, but it's kind of harder to do that, make that argument, because of two things. First of all, uBlock Origin is set up by default to block tracking, so it's doing something fairly different. But also, it has the object picker, element picker, DOM picker, and the zapper. With the object picker, you can literally just pick an object quick and dirty on a screen to make it go away, and it will figure out the XPath way of detecting that object in web pages, in that specific web page. With the zapper, it's almost the exact same thing, except for it's temporary. So if we zap that, then that will just go away, and then when we reload the page, it will come back, whereas the picker, object picker, is permanent. But yeah, as far as the desire here is to get web pages like steamdb.info, which is what we're looking at right now, to look as much like Steam as possible, with the blue background, which is kind of unique, and white text and everything like that. So that's why I'm changing the CSS, the custom style sheets code, to make it look different. And honestly, I don't even know if there is any custom CSS that's actually going on for this. I have several other plugins too, so yeah, generally you just want as few Firefox extensions. Another part of this project is to get rid of UI Vision completely for at least this usage, so that I'm not relying on that very buggy language and extension that is very big and under-supported. We're scrolling down the SteamDB 24-hour concurrent peak chart to see what people are playing also. But yeah, UI Vision I don't think is really necessary in retrospect. I'm thinking I will instead have a custom HTML page that is the start of these streams, or just inject JavaScript into the first page like this, which I always start on this page. And from that, I'm going to have it try and run a JavaScript timer, clock, alarm, so that at a specific point every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the morning, it will automatically start running the rest of the process of opening all my news articles, news tabs. Although, in fairness, I've already figured out at the moment, either because it's really slow or what. Interesting that Ark Survival Evolved and Ascended are neck and neck. They probably are not happy about that. They really want people to be playing Ascended, I'm sure. Yeah, running my macros right now, though, with preventing Firefox from letting the tabs go to sleep, really only takes about 30 minutes, which is way, way better than the 2 to 3 hours it sometimes took previously. But I have no idea if that is just because we are in the doldrums of a holiday. And I would say it's a doldrums of a holiday, certainly. My subscribe and save package of normal boring things like trash bags got arrived, and it's a pretty big box, and they decided to squeeze the box into my tiny package box outside with it sticking out over the rim and turned awkwardly sideways, and I just don't see the logic there, why you would even spend the extra energy for a box that big. Honestly, I don't know why any of them are trying to put things in the boxes anyways if the lid won't close. There is an argument, since it is right now the raining season, that it might protect packages a little bit more. I have had several instances where the mail in my mailbox has just gotten soaked by horizontal rain, which almost certainly implies there's a hole somewhere in my mailbox, but it's a big brick thing, so I don't know where the water would come in other than just being horizontally soaked there. But yeah, I really haven't had too many packages over the years that actually got affected by the rain, but I guess that kind of makes sense. It sucks how much cardboard and plastic, and just on the tape alone is plastic and glue. It's not just a magical thing that decomposes. But yeah, I would say I've played a little bit of the Balertro here and there. It's weird in that you kind of plateau once you unlock almost everything, and I think even if I unlock everything, it's still not going to really make the game any easier. It doesn't have that same kind of discovery path that Binding of Isaac did. And the challenges don't give you anything for beating them, as far as I can tell. I've done 7 or 8 of them, and it really feels like it wants you to beat every single difficulty with every single joker. There's 150 jokers. So win the game with each of those jokers at the highest difficulty. Maybe if you win at the highest difficulty, you will not have to win at lower difficulties. But that does certainly make an end game where you can just play the heck out of Balertro, trying to beat the game on the highest of high stakes. But then that does kind of seem like that's the end of it, particularly now that there are so many clones of Balertro. The game really just doesn't need to be that long. It really should just unlock everything and say, hey, you've unlocked everything, there's nothing more to it. We'll give you difficulties, but after a certain difficulty, that is also just going to be it. I'm noticing Yu-Gi-Oh! Here has a in-game purchase sale for its wallpapers, which I guess that's the first time we've seen a sale that I can think of for Yu-Gi-Oh! At all. 3 years into this game and it's still going strong enough, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are plans to try and make something even newer. And I guess Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush at this point is completely dead in the water. It's just not coming to the West in any kind of digital form, or if it is, it's going to be some mobile game exclusively. But yeah, there was talk of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush as a faster way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! When Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel launched 3 years ago, or at least there was the thought that that would happen. So yeah, let's look at the most wishlisted games. This list is not likely going to change much from day to day or even week to week. You know, the only big changes we've had are things like the Steam machine being announced and then all automatically getting highly wishlisted, or the Steam frame. I might be in a weird situation today too, and so I'm going to pre-apologize if I end up coughing or being weird in some other way, because I just got in that package delivery not one but two new vitamins, one specifically for eyesight, one specifically for blood flow, very possibly an overlap there, and a bit of an overdose on vitamins, which probably won't hurt me, who knows. But yeah, there's definitely a case there where I think one of them has cayenne pepper or something in it, and I could see me having a kind of minor allergic reaction to that and coughing more and having more congestion, which, yeah, the walking pneumonia I had earlier this year and the congestion has been better in the past couple of months. So I wouldn't want it to come back. So yeah, this game day in history also I don't think has any modifiers on it, with the exception of the scroll bar being hidden, which, yeah, the extension that I got to replace the JavaScript and CSS injector separately was at first Grease Monkey, which is a great example of how a lot of things that I know about, have heard about, is probably pretty old software. Not that new software is particularly any better, or guaranteed to be better at least. But yeah, apparently somewhere around 2017 or so, Grease Monkey went through a major change and stopped being as effective, probably because of Chrome and Chromium and Google's interference on how things can interfere with web pages. And so yeah, even using Grease Monkey and using a script that had been pre-made to work on Grease Monkey, I wasn't getting what I wanted to have happen to work. So then I looked at it and I saw that there was also something called Tamper Monkey and Violent Monkey, and then I googled what's the difference between those three, just Grease Monkey versus Tamper Monkey versus Violent Monkey, and it turns out Grease Monkey is kind of the original old school one that you might think about sticking to, but I wouldn't recommend it because its extension in Firefox is way worse than Violent Monkey. And I didn't install or try Tamper Monkey because it is closed source. So my choice was to go with Violent Monkey. It's a much better interface and a much better way to have more individual scripts. There is a little bit of weirdness in how you're scripting these things. You're not just writing pure JavaScript. There is an API for adding CSS style. It's capital GM underscore add style, and you have to, in Violent Monkey, I think grants permissions in the quoted out header block. But yeah, there's a whole header block system to it, which even has like a way of having download links and upload links. No, not upload links, but update links. So with that, I can potentially, on my private GitHub, one of my repositories, take my code that I make and have it automatically check for new versions and download the codes. So instead of it just working on one computer, it potentially could work on multiple computers. I don't know if I'll make any of those scripts particularly public, but who knows, they may be already public. Generally, I tend not to care too much about that. And I suppose you could do a little bit of changing. One thing certainly also that's unique about Violent Monkey compared to JavaScript and CSS extensions I was using before is that it's universal unless you run a match command. It'll just run on every website. So at the moment, the match script, I've made this way bigger, is remove scroll bar. This is just running on every single site. And if I turn it off, you'll see that the scroll bar is back. And then let's see how we turn it back on. I think you have to do that. Yep. So instead of having code that specifically is written for each web domain, every different www.com, it just runs on everything. And the remove scroll bar JavaScript CSS is very simple anyway, so it'll work on almost everything, which allowed me to remove another extension which was called remove scroll bars or custom scroll bars. I think it was called custom scroll bars because you could change the appearance other than just remove it, and that's a nicer extension if you really want to do something more custom. But inherently what I'm doing is looking at these extensions and seeing if I can just distill them down to a basic JavaScript that they're injecting, which is pretty much I think all extensions can really do, is just inject code, probably JavaScript, into a website. I don't think they have much of a different language that they can run on, or different things they can do, different APIs they can work with. So yeah, again, I'll be checking that as we go through today to see how much progress I made. A significant amount of it has been done. The thing that has been stymieing me is trying to figure out in the new code a way to speed up the slideshows of Steam pages so that the screenshots move faster. And in that, I also learned that Steam pages automatically load the images as 1080p, 1920 by 1080p resolution screenshots, which, if you're only opening 1 to a dozen Steam pages at a time, is not going to cripple most computers. Even opening hundreds of them at a time is not really crippling my computer. But it is probably wasting a lot of bandwidth and slowing down the whole process. And I did find out that there is a smaller resolution. It's a weird resolution, somewhere around 600 by 480, but yeah. So if I can get the Steam pages to automatically change how they load the images, which is all done in JavaScript dynamically, everything on the new Steam, when they went a month ago to the wider things. They redid all of their internal code, or not all of it, but a lot of it. But yeah, it's a dynamic pages. They're calling it modal in the code. I don't really know what the word modal means, but yeah, it sounds like a big fancy word I've heard. I should probably look it up. But yeah, everything is running a lot snappier right now. Yeah, and I guess I will, as a backup side project, say we should probably, well, let's actually look at that page first. Yeah, I probably should change this. This is a slightly different gray color, so doing some slight change in the CSS to make this blue for consistency's sake would help. But then there is also a bigger project that is going to be down the line, in that I am going to want to squeeze this pages into probably two 4K, two 1080p monitors on top of each other, so that the window would be twice as long this way, and then in JavaScript on every page make it be a connected frame of two columns. So let me finish my sentence there. Yeah, because if I'm going to go to vertical streaming, that would be how you would want to do it. The problem with that is you're going to change the pages from being 1920 by 1080 down to being half of that, which in that case 1920 divided in half would be like 960, yeah, 970 pixels wide, which is not quite as high as a rotated screen would be at 1080p, which is what you really would like. But I seriously doubt I would set up my new monitor, which I haven't gotten anywhere to unboxing that, in a vertical position. I don't even know if this big thing could be in vertical position, because it's 4 1080p monitors connected to each other, so it's bevel-less. It's one big screen that takes 4 HDMI inputs, which is kind of a unique device, certainly. But yeah, the general idea is that, particularly you can see on this page, in the widescreen version of the streaming, we will catch just this side, and then a second column that would just be the next page, the next part of this, even lower. And so scrolling down with the mouse wheel would have this also scroll down at the same rate. And that might be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to actually program, and that may not even work, because the way Steam is going to automatically dual stream, both in vertical and the horizontal, may capture the middle, at which point then I need to run different code to effectively push the margins on the left and right inward, so it's just a bunch of dead space. And if I do that, then the thought is, what do you do with the dead space for the widescreen? And I just have not even thought of anything good there. But yeah, I'm doing a lot of programming setups right now, perhaps in part because Blercho is a little bit of an overwhelming experience. There's just not a lot of chill, for lack of a better term, in it. Like, you die a lot just because of random drops. And yeah, I definitely think if Bellatrix continued to get updates and got more Joker cards, maybe new features, or if a Bellatrix 2 came out, which is probably the better move, it would be a smoother, more tested experience. Whereas it does still kind of feel like a indie game in its current state, which is fine, but does have some of that lack of polish, lack of easiness and babying that tends to happen when you have bigger companies make games. So yeah, that might be in part why I am not just playing more of Bellatrix, but I'm already playing a ton of Bellatrix. And yeah, you might as well call it a game, but I'm still playing Black Friday on Amazon Prime's Black Friday sale, which, yeah, I think up until this point, it's pretty well confirmed, and it was like this in the previous Prime Day sale, that what they are calling a sale and this extension of sales is really just normal daily sales, normal not Black Friday sales that are deeper discounted, but just normal week-to-week sales you would get on almost anything. And so yeah, there have been a couple of things, particularly too many movies, that have gone on sale, and Blu-rays and 4K UHDs in particular I think are all going to be out of print fairly quickly. That doesn't inherently mean though that they won't be available for purchase, or that they will even be that expensive. But yeah, The Wizard is a movie from, I believe, somewhere in the late 80s that I believe introduced Super Mario Bros. 3 to most people, if it didn't actually announce Super Mario Bros. 3. And it highlighted the Power Glove, which wasn't anything but really a licensed product from Nintendo. It wasn't a first party device, and so there was a lot more enthusiasm around the Power Glove because of that movie, I think, alone, than any of the other kind of garbage accessories for the NES. Like the NES had a dance mat, and it was terrible, and people didn't play with it much and don't really remember it. But then there were also third-party devices. There was one that you tilted on, so you stood on this rectangular thing with a rounded bottom that was like the half bottom of a giant ball, and you just tilted one way or the other to try and control things. And then the U-Force was a big accessory for the NES. People saw a lot of advertisement for, I think because in part it was really expensive. But that was particularly a device designed to be more accessible, or at least it was sold that way. But it was a flat device with a folding hinge in the middle, and there were several spots with infrared transmitters that you could wave your hand over, and trigger buttons. There was an accessory where you could put a flight yoke on it, and there were buttons on top of the flight yoke that would flip reflective pieces of plastic downward to hit the infrared transmitters and receivers in specific places. And it could lay flat, so you could just wave your hand over. I think it really was just 4 spots, but it was also designed at times to be used in its bent 90-degree angle way. Then when it was closed, you didn't use it at all. That was just for shipping. All of those accessories, though, paled in quality even to the original NES controllers, which the original NES controllers are pretty terrible too. yeah, they definitely embrace the idea of it being a toy and it having a bunch of accessories, where nowadays there really aren't third-party accessory controllers that are trying to really do anything too different. We've pretty much figured out what people are used to and what people want in controllers. It's either you want the Xbox layout or you want the PlayStation layout. Maybe the Steam Deck with its touchpads now is introducing a new concept. But yeah, I've said it fairly recently that we are at a point where controllers need to evolve. We probably need some kind of scroll wheel built into controllers just to scroll through the massive amount of inventory items and different weapons that are getting selected or are selectable in most games. And the paradigm of holding down right bump or some button and then bringing up a wheel that you then have to spin around to select items is overwhelming and ridiculous. I'm still playing mobile games. There's still an event going on with PC, Pokemon TCG Pocket. Not really doing too much with that. Still doing the dailies on Memento Mori. And still late in the evening doing Magic of Modica. A lot of this stuff I'm doing fairly late in the evening because I'm staying up all night. I'm not trying to, but it's happening regardless. And so staying up all night, either playing Balatro or something, is focusing my attention. And that is good. That it's been probably about a week since I've done a cracking the cryptic Sudoku, which that was taking a lot of my time up too. So yeah, I think I've probably converted my attention to slightly more productive things. Still doing a little bit of cleaning and decluttering here. Yeah. Even though I have really no plans for Thanksgiving tomorrow, I bought some turkey and I would assume that's still good. And I was thinking I could try to bake some carrots in honey and then have honey glazed carrots. And I have a box of stuffing I could make. I may do a lot of that, I may not. But even though I have really no plans, there is an argument towards still needing to be presentable. I need to shave and things like that. Just because, who knows? Never know if some random person is going to come up to my door. Not that my house could really accommodate any kind of Thanksgiving people. More than likely somebody would show up at my door and hand me food, or they would ask me to go at the last second with them somewhere. It did occur to me last night that it might be a wise move to think about just going to a food shelter and either eating there or volunteering there, food pantry, one or the other, just to keep yourself busy and just have something to say when people ask what you did on your Thanksgiving. Although, who knows who would really even ask me at this point. Yeah. There is some slight ambition that this time next year I'll be set up to have some kind of orphans Thanksgiving meal. I don't know if I'll have enough people that I could even invite, but yeah, that is certainly a possibility. So yeah, I have more things to do. I had to do an emergency load of dishes because I had bought this powdered butter that is like dehydrated prepper butter, and it's real butter and it's fine, but I made way too much for the little amount that I make and use. And honestly, I should make it to order as far as how it goes and leave it in its powdered form, because yeah, I used maybe a third of I guess it was probably a pint of butter before it started to get moldy. And so yeah, anytime you see mold, you obviously want to act with great caution and scrub down everything and run every dish and sponge and things that are anywhere around it on a sanitary cycle. Mold spores are in the air, and I wish there was a better way to kill mold spores in the air, but I actually don't know of any way that you can even filter it out other than just maybe having a hermetically sealed room. But yeah, let's see, this is actually part of Steam, so as part of Steam there will be more code that's activated on the hardware survey but isn't at the moment and isn't really needed. Yeah, they introduced this new wider screen, which would normally be at this size, but even in the way Steam redid all of its code, which that's really what it did, is they had somebody change all the internal HTML and mostly JavaScript because it's dynamic pages to something faster and better in their minds, I'm sure. It's using a library called jQuery, which I'm not particularly familiar with, but it does look like maybe there would be a reason to learn more there. But yeah, the Black Friday sales have been disappointing. I've been disappointed in the amount of progress I've made with Beleotro. Not super down on it, but it is a little bit of a bummer that at 117 hours in, I only have 13 out of 31 achievements, and I suspect I'll probably finish the series in a kind of rough state. Definitely doing something very different where I'm playing a lot off screen too, so it's going to be closer to a 60-hour series when really it could have easily been a 120-hour series if I just tried to record and play and make footage for every single run I did. Which, yeah, I did that with Binding of Isaac, and it reduced my performance significantly, I would say. Having to talk and be a video game critic while also playing makes it very hard to focus and pay attention and run all the calculations, which in Beleotro, it's literally telling you the statistics if you figure out where to look. So you basically are doing card counting, and it's helping you doing card counting. Plus a poker hand where you start with potentially 10 cards and then you have 3 or 4 redraws of any number of discards is almost certainly guaranteed to get you a high scoring hand, particularly since you're modifying the cards in funny, crazy video game ways. I had a run where I had, I believe it was 18 Kings of Hearts, which, yeah, a flush 5 is what they would call that if you had 5 Kings of Hearts at once. And even at that, it still was a run that didn't take me to the ends of the depths of how far you can go. I'm noticing my follow list here is at 2001 games. Let's see if I click on that, if that will load, or if we are already pushing the follow list. As I was working on Steam, it almost looked like there was a cookie being set that marked whether you'd visited a game before or not. There's a setting in the Steam pages for app analytics, or app impressions is what it's called. But having that setting on or off, I think sends internal information through the servers. It doesn't seem to save a cookie on your own internal page, which is a shame for my usage. It's nice for privacy, certainly, but what I was hoping is that there would be an automatic impression that would be added to when I've looked at a game or not. Which, yes, right now I have it as a checkbox. It doesn't need to be a checkbox in retrospect. Yeah, I don't need a checkbox at all for YouTube Shorts. I just need to either get it into my list of things to be made into YouTube Shorts or not. And yeah, that whole process might become automated too, where just automatically a YouTube short is going to be made, or at least the information is going to be made, without when I first visit the page, and not at any other time. So yeah, if I had a lot of free time, which you'd think Thanksgiving would give you more free time, but it really doesn't, I might scroll down this and go through all of these. It also occurs to me that I could probably just have all of these automatically open up. Yeah, for a faster experience too. And it doesn't have to be all of them, not all 2001 pages, although I could certainly do that. I could potentially have it do only so many. The general thought is that if I store the last game that it looked at alphabetically, since these are alphabetical, in a local storage cookie, which is the new way to do cookies, I think, then it could just open the next 10 or 20 things on the follow list for a follow list cleanup. Which, yes, that's another project that's immediately coming to my mind as far as an improved follow list cleanup experience. It would be more consistent, it would be more automated. With that, it would be some higher chance of success of keeping the follow list to a smaller level. Can't really, I think, grab too much more information, because if I were to, say, hover over a game here, like Boomer Grandma, well, that's supposed to pop up a highlight, I thought, but it's not working for some reason. Yeah, maybe I broke it in my experiments with the code, which is basically what I was trying to do. I was trying to break the slideshows. Yeah, let's see. Bypass age confirmation prompts. That's a code that I did not. I found, and that's part of the thing about Grease Monkey scripts and Violent Monkey in general, is that there is perhaps a hope that other people would have already written the codes in the scripts and it would just work. Yeah. With bypassing age verification things, which don't really pop up for me in too often because I'm signed in, the hope is that I could use some of that code when I'm using OBS to record and make YouTube shorts, which they don't automatically bypass age verification. So many occasions I've tried to make a YouTube short for something like Call of Duty 6, And then since it's rated M for mature, it has the age verification pop up. I'm not going to scroll down through all of this. Yeah, I don't know why that's not popping up. That totally is supposed to be a thing. You're supposed to be able to hover over things and have a pop-up of the app. Yep. Speaking of pointless Black Friday sales, we have the Steam front page here. They told us when the sales were going to be, somewhere around February of last year. So I can tell you that the winter sale for Steam is happening, I believe it's December 18th. It is in one of my posts on my YouTube channel page, which who really goes to anybody's channel these days. Yep. Here's a great example of something where I could see myself potentially abandoning playing Bellertro to just play a Bellertro clone that would be slightly more varied. It almost feels like there should be a bundle or discount for different games that have the same concept as Bellertro but play with a different gameplay mechanic. I was able to make a screenshot of my Steam Award nominations using uBlock Origin to hide a little bit of that, and I did that by just right clicking and clicking take a screenshot. I believe that is built in as a function. Might as well show how it works. Yeah, seems like you can select specific elements if you wanted that, or you could do the full width of the page or just what you want to see, and then it just downloads an image. So yeah, I guess if you click a region, is this really built in as an extension, or is this something I installed? Yeah, we'll just download that just to get rid of it. I don't know. Yeah, I have very few extensions. Like, I definitely am trying to reduce the number of extensions completely. Even SteamDB might be worth getting rid of. And this advanced profanity filter, I think I might get rid of that one too. So I'm just trying to get down to several different things. I can see adding the URL to the window title. That might not actually be just JavaScript, but if it is, and see, most of these extensions have like home pages or GitHubs, and in the GitHub you can typically see the code. Duplicate tabs would be one we almost certainly would have to keep. Snap links, I think we'd have to keep. But yeah, I don't see an extension there that's specifically focused around taking screenshots, so I assume that is just built into Firefox. Yeah, and all of this is just about optimizing. It's reducing weight on a Formula One car to get as much speed as possible. Steam Deck LCD is 20% off. I would say buy it now, because almost certainly the LCD models, those first generation models, are not coming back. That the whatever is left as far as refurbs, which there really can't be that many more refurbs, because I imagine the warranties for the bulk of people who bought those have expired. But yeah, I would imagine any future refurbs are just going to be sold to stores like GameStop and sold through that, and Valve themselves is trying to empty out whatever warehouse they're using that holds Steam Deck LCDs for room for Steam machines and Steam frames, because they don't want to increase the amount of spend that they're spending on warehousing and stockpiling things. Yeah. it's still a pretty good deal, I would say. Particularly if you're planning on getting a Steam machine. This is your backup handheld version. It's like getting a Switch 1 at the moment, which if you could get a used refurbed Switch 1 really cheap, or a new Switch 1 even better, really cheap, there is definitely an argument for that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on as far as the pop-ups go, and that totally should be happening. Let's see, let's just turn off Violent Monkey altogether. That'll make the scroll bar show up. Let's turn off uBlock Origin. Maybe I destroyed that element accidentally. No, it's just not happening. Maybe this was part of the old code. I guess that's a possibility, that when they updated their website, they got rid of it on a lot of things. It is here. This is the pop-up I was talking about, but it does seem like it is very specifically only willing to show up in certain spots. Right. Let's turn uBlock Origin back on. It still works. Let's turn Violent Monkey. It's a funny name, certainly. And the implication of it actually doing violence, I think, is silly. It is just changing websites to look the way you want to look at them, giving control to the user instead of having websites demand you look at them the way they want to look at them. Okay, yeah, I guess maybe I was just hovering over the wrong thing. I assume people are still playing Arc Raiders. You can see Battlefield 6 is starting to slide overall. And then there's several more things here. This might be a good target if I was going to make something in the sidebars. Let's do an experiment here in a second. We'll look at the specials and the trending free too. But yeah, that would be 5 lists if I could figure out a way to take just about this, and then let's shrink that down. It wouldn't quite work, but I think there is a way to make it work. Like if I was to use the zapper to like try and get rid of all of that, that alone won't do it. I'd have to resize that. Yeah. Yeah, you could see how nice this vertical part here would be on one side if we could figure out that code, and then if we could pull these. So if we were to maybe, let's see, if we were to take this to the further extreme like that, that gets rid of it all. Or does it? Yeah, it kind of does. So it would be a modification. That's about the only place vertical, though, plays any role on at least the Steam front page. Mountain Lord, Bannerlord War sales is now available. The Black Friday sale has already been demoted. Yeah. So yeah, everything here has been horizontal on the front page otherwise. Of course, if I did do this vertical formatting, I might want to be a little bit more careful about what games get highlighted. It is very much the case that a lot of these games are a little bit on the lewd side. Should think about, I guess I'd go with the new and trending. See more new releases. Open that page and see if there's something more I can do there. I'm putting a whole lot of work into this, and some of it is loosely connected to the idea of making thumbnails for my channel, but I'd say only loosely. I did have a project I also thought of. I must have had a flash of inspiration or energy last stream about having my automatic bell play every hour on the hour as far as these streams go. It's still probably a decent idea, but there is a level of inconsistency that would be there, a very high level of inconsistency as far as me actually following it. It just makes a lot more sense to take breaks in between news sources and changing at those natural break points to take a break than trying to force in a break at random times. Yeah, if you look at the new and trending here, this may work fairly well too, as far as just grabbing a bunch of things. Again, there's a little bit of verticality there that you could get on the sidebars, but really just a little bit of verticality. And it would almost be inconsistent to do that, show off Steam games in particular, when we're going through like Video Games Chronicle news articles. I guess it wouldn't be that inconsistent. It would just be kind of obnoxious web page banners, vertical bars, and ads on the side. Although, in this case, trying to be more informative, it makes more sense to do that than to try and take the scroll bars that are scrolling at the top of this stream and turn those tickers into any kind of vertical fashion, which I could do that. It's just that's not a reasonable way to read English. It's too difficult. Maybe I could slow it down quite a bit. I don't know if I could get it down to the point where it would crawl to a snail's pace. We don't have any Steam Deck refurbs. No big surprise there. Very quickly, I think you'll see these three categories be removed, and then this page itself might be changed to include Steam machines and Steam frames being refurbed, which that's an interesting idea. As far as a refurbed Steam machine, I'd be a little bit more cautious on the Steam frame. Just smaller parts, more chances of something not being fixed right. But a Steam machine in particular, if you could get it refurbed and get it down in price by $100 or $200, that would be a very good offer. But more than likely, Steam machine refurbs won't be introduced until at least 6 months, probably longer than 6 months past its launch. So who knows? It might also just be that they're in such short stock and high demands that refurbs just don't become a priority. There's a higher chance, I think, of a Steam machine bare bones unit um, being a thing than a Steam Machine refurb being a way to save money. Then we can look at the games being played on Steam Deck. And yeah, in part I kind of feel like Belotro might be a game that people are still playing because they are just trying to get all of the stuff unlocked. Which in part is also the truth with Binding of Isaac, and that's been out for years. But I would say the variety and the entertainment level and the massive amount of updates that Binding of Isaac does is fairly different than what Belotro in its 1.0 version is at the moment. Of course, it could always release DLC or a free update. That would change things. I was interrupted in the middle of the last stream by the parent of the kid who I gave a Steam Deck to because the Steam Deck's Decky plugin manager was broken and just needed to be reinstalled. But also my VPN was broken because of my ISP router needing to be reset. And so I asked him if it was okay for me to have given Halo to the kid, and he said yeah, it was fine. He doesn't really care, I think, that much, but he doesn't care about violence. A typical United States parent is not really about the violence that they have a problem with. It's about any level of lewdness that's a problem, more than anything else, or just, I mean, outright aggression or gore or horror might be a bit of a problem too, I'm sure. But yeah, I haven't heard any complaints as far as Digimon Story Time Stranger, and some of those Digimon are kind of in lewd outfits like Angel Woman, and that's been the way the character has been designed from the beginning. There was something else I was doing on my Steam Deck too. Yeah, I am working on improving my code. It's a single line of code. It has to be a one-liner that sends an email through SSH. So it uses SSH, which is a secure shell, I think is what it stands for, way to connect to another computer. So my backup connects to my router as another computer to run the backups and save the backups remotely. And when it's done, it connects to the router again and runs a script I've set up to then send an email from the router, which is configured to allow emails to be sent to exactly one place, which is exactly my email address from my email address. Because you can't really set up things easily to send multiple emails to multiple places due to just anti-spam protections that have been introduced. People are playing Half-Life 2 on the Steam Deck. Interesting. But yeah, this is a script and one line of code that I had already set up, but I'm modifying it to now actually take the entirety of the error log that is currently happening and send that also in email, because the emails up until this point really have just been saying 3 short sentences as far as what is the name of this backup repository you're using, which is different obviously based on which computer is backing it up, and what is the return code, which 0 means no errors, 1 means 1 error, or minor warnings, yeah. And then 2, I think, is actual errors, and the numbers may go higher based on the number of errors there, or 3 might just be critical errors. But weirdly though, the graphical user interface to run Borg Backup Voida will only run this command if there are no errors at all. which is the exact opposite of what I want. So I have to actually suppress errors from being printed out to the screen using an argument that is dash dash errors or dash dash critical. I'd go with dash dash critical. I was using errors before. But yeah, the problem with that and why I'm having trouble is that the log is huge and it has to be effectively translated so all the new lines get replaced with escape to new lines, and all the carriage returns maybe get stripped out completely, or all the carriage returns and new lines need to be introduced. Windows and Linux use different symbols for the enter key, what the enter key does, and the standard for most places is to have both invisible symbols at the end of each line, but I need it to be escaped. I also need to remove and replace every colon, because in the email formatting, and this is a big problem with the email formatting, you can't have colons for just a simplistic text email. There is perhaps a way in which I could do it if it was in some kind of big HTML translation, but I don't really want to get into that point. That would take a lot more time. So I've been working on several different projects, jumping around from one to one as I get frustrated, being as ADHD as possible. The log thing, I think I'm fairly close to cracking that nut, but who knows? These kinds of things can get really time consuming really fast. So I was gonna look here and again bring up the zapper. I'm really just doing all this on the fly. If I was to say zap all of that, zap that, zap that, zap that, that, and that. Yeah. Yeah, this would take a while, and I'm not going to do all this at the moment. Let's just get one screen. It's worth of whatever. Let's see. Get rid of the background. Okay. So you can see how this dynamic design drastically changes things. Yeah, this is 100% zoom. This is 110% zoom. And yeah. So that's kind of the problem too. And the zoom is just built into Firefox. Yeah. I suppose probably want to get rid of the text too. I don't know if you can really get rid of the numbers. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you can get it down to a lot. So I could see this being the list on the side. Just the pictures on the sidebar. None of the numbers, none of the extra space here. Some of this would be done by directly hiding things. Some of this would be done by changing things up on its custom styles sheet. Certainly I'm making a mess of it at the moment, but it's doable. Then that would be the top 100 Steam Deck games, and we could probably get to the top 100 games being played. So one side could be Steam Deck, one could be games overall. Yeah, if I need the vertical bars, I should keep this in mind. Of course, if I take this tab and open it this way, does it save its state? Yes, it does. Good. So yeah, I don't know if I've really been working on too much else at the moment. I don't know why I say that though. Like, is that not enough? I've been working on like several different things, making a lot of progress. Not really cleaning and decluttering as much as I would like to. Ignoring the Black Friday sales. I know one thing that has been on sale a little bit has already gone up in price by $20. It was in my shopping cart, almost certainly to go back down in price on Black Friday in 2 days. Which I suspect Black Friday is going to be the real day where the real Black Friday sales start to happen. Maybe a little bit of Cyber Monday, but even that, I think Cyber Monday has pretty much died out as a concept, because the only reason Cyber Monday even became a thing was that people were going back to their offices and had internet access in the old days to shop online. Nowadays, everybody has access to shop online on their phone from home at any time they want, or almost everybody does. So the idea of having to wait till Monday to shop is kind of ridiculous, although perhaps there's a decent number of people that do go back to the office and spend a lot of time shopping on Cyber Monday. Yeah, I don't know how many of these sales items I'm really going to end up getting. There definitely are things that are more random and crazy things, but yeah. And what sucks is that the one thing that did go up on price is a new front door lock. It's still really not the best time to get a new front door lock, so I wouldn't be super opposed to skipping that. But internal door handles and locks, I want to upgrade all those in my house, which that'll be a big purchase. And there's still very much a case that you should buy as much as you can and just be prepared to return a lot of it, because there is, particularly for PC hardware, a real expectation that poop is going to hit the fan and things are just going to get really, really expensive. And so if you need a computer right now, which you probably might, now is the time to buy a computer, unless you really know you're going to hold out for a Steam machine, which does make an interesting problem. I would say probably hold out for a Steam machine unless you want a way more expensive, way more powerful gaming PC. Which, by the way, of all the things I am still not making progress on, building a new gaming PC. Although, in fairness, doing some of this Grease Monkey script stuff is about improving the transition process from my old computer to my new computer at some level, but not at a particularly high level of direct connectivity. Alright, so again, I ran this at 6 in the morning, then went to sleep, and then woke up in the evening, so we may be missing a little bit of news. I also had to run this earlier as a test, so I might have actually skipped a few stories, but I don't think so, because I reset it. Which is one thing that if I am going to stop using UI Vision, I won't have a long list of previous checkpoints to go back to. So I need to program the replacement to make specific checkpoints and a way to interact with those specific checkpoints, so it knows when I run a test that it needs to roll back and run it again. Yeah. But yeah, I guess that's as much warm-up as we're gonna get, and I don't feel too sleepy or anything. I don't feel sleepy at all right now, so we are ready, I think, to jump into Video Games Chronicle, and also having Pokemon TCG Pocket try and finish its current event, which I really wasn't having a lot of success with. I was using the wrong deck apparently. Anyways, so let's go through the Video Games Chronicle news. Yeah, again, there is the hide scroll bar for these Google Slides that removes the scroll bar on all pages, but also this has custom CSS specifically for this that just changes the backgrounds. This is what it would look like originally, and this changes the background to make it full screen, and that kind of shows the verticality or the lack of 1080p resolution support that exists. But that is the only modifications I really need to do for these tabs. And yeah, these tabs potentially could be fully replaced if I had the money to pay a full-time artist or a video animator. Even, like, I could see even an animated GIF interstitial slide happening here between each news source instead of the very basic text. Although the basic text I think works fairly well, so it might be a waste of time to try and upgrade these. Plus, remember, these are Google Slides, so I can change the text anytime I need to. Let's see. Well, here we have some big news. Stellar Blade Studios Shift Up is teaming up with Tencent to release the upcoming game Project Spirits. The cross-platform Unreal Engine 5 game will be published by Tencent's Level Infinite brand. This is definitely back to the first game that Shift Up made, Destiny Child, which I love that mobile game for its anime art. I loved it for the plot too. Actually, it did have a fairly decent storyline and plot. And so it's probably not to do as a reaction to anything. This is just who Shift Up is, and it's nice to see one of these companies do a highly polished, lewd types of games and not be relegated to the back alleys of the gaming industry. Although some might argue that having to partner with China's Tencent company is showing that PlayStation, a Japanese company, was not willing to fund their next release. And noticeably, we will see that Stellar Blade is going to be shortcut. What is the word? It's going to be undervalued in the award seasons, in particular. But yeah, it feels like this new game is going to potentially be a continuation / spiritual successor to Destiny Child. Level Infinite previously published Goddess of Victory Nikke, their second game, for the PC and mobile in 2022. And then most people heard of Shift Up first from Sony's published Stellar Blade, which you can see how Stellar Blade has more of a realistic 3D CGI look. A sequel to Stellar Blade is in development. I didn't know that. Yeah. It is also kind of interesting how this announcement is probably getting more coverage by Video Games Chronicle in particular because it's a slow week. Or it may very well be that they just put out the press release at a weird time. Here. Yeah. The only difference, I think, if I was to guess, is Project Spirits is probably going to be more the characters are witches and there are spirits and ghosts, more Japanese style ghosts, Yokami type characters. Whereas in Destiny Child, the characters were, at least the main character was a demon, and he was creating these spirits, creatures. They weren't, I think, actually called childs, but he was creating them by making pacts of some sort, devil pacts with humans. And so by making the pacts, which the main character never really did because he was lazy, these creatures would come out of basically the imagination of the humans and be invisible to humans and then fight for the demons, the Destiny Child main character you're playing as. Yeah. I don't think, though, that this is going to play like Destiny Child, which was a idle, yeah, really just an idle game. It's an idle gacha game. I don't think Project Spirits is going to be that. I don't think it's going to have anywhere as much gacha, and I don't think it's going to be idle. You wouldn't make an idle game on the Unreal Engine 5, typically speaking, at least. And certainly we have to talk about the elephants in the room, in that there might just be a level of censorship here that kicks in too. So it will be interesting to see 1 year deeper down the well of censorship being pushed, whether this game struggles to be even published in the West. And right now, Video Games Chronicle has, I believe, well, I don't know what is actually going on here as to why it looks this way. This CSS isn't on. This one is adding the CSS here. So I haven't moved from one extension, which is pretty much the same thing, on to Violent Monkey. Yeah, this is changing the CSS. One of the things I figured out in the code is that JavaScript now has this backtick, which is the symbol on most keyboards to the left of the number 1 if you have a number row at the top. And with JavaScript's newest versions using a backtick, you can just do multiple lines of code equaling a single value, whereas normally if you did a single quote and then hit the carriage return, hit the enter button, and went to a new line, that would break it, but the backtick doesn't. So that drastically changes how you can put in code versus having turn this into a single line of code, which is way less readable and way less changeable. And the CSS being in this JavaScript extension tells me I already spent a few minutes copying it over. That's all this is really doing, is using JavaScript to inject CSS. But the way it does it is through previous JavaScript code, which is a little bit more. And then at the very bottom here we have auto opening Steam links as different JavaScript, and this is where Violent Monkey will help, in that I can have these be separate scripts that I can toggle on and off and potentially update. Although in this case, I don't think we ever have any links to Steam pages on Video Games Chronicle. So I copy and pasted that code and it should work everywhere, but it's kind of pointless to do that. Yeah, probably should take that code and apply it to every page, and then have it specifically exclude pages that are already on Steam and any other domain that might be a problem. I could see Twitter/X being a problem of just there being Steam link pages getting automatically opened. But yeah, more universal codes that would apply to everything instead of having to custom implement things. A big problem with the JavaScript plugin too is if you hit Control-Z ever, as one might just unconsciously do, it will erase everything permanently, and unless you have a backup, which it doesn't really have a good backup system, you are out of luck. So there have been several instances of code that I've lost progress on. Fortunately, I have some backups, but they're kind of old. And obviously these codes won't work if the websites change in most cases. Although hiding scroll bars, for instance, is pretty universal. Somebody would have to go out of their way to program a custom scroll bar and not just change the appearance of the scroll bar to not have it hidden. It is a custom style sheet standard of scroll bar width equals none, or colon none, semicolon. It's really how you type it. Yep. Okay. Moving on. We really don't have that many Video Games Chronicle articles. Again, I imagine it's just a slow week. Sega has detailed current gen upgrade prices for existing owners of Yakuza 0, Kiwami, and Kiwami 2. That's 3 games. Improved games are coming to the PS5 and Xbox Series and X and S and Steam on December 8th. Which, yeah, that is interesting. Do I particularly care to know the upgrade prices? Particularly since they're not going to make it easy to see them. Not really. The issue more for me is that there is a price, and more than likely the price is too high. More than what the price actually is. Let's see, moving on. 4 more games have been added to the Nintendo Switch Classics library, including Battletoads and Kid Icarus 2. The NES and Game Boy apps have also been updated to allow for remapping of controls, which it's interesting that hasn't been a thing before. It probably is a pretty obvious admission of the failure of the Switch 1 and Switch 2, which is crazy to say they're failures, but at a certain level I think they have been a failure software wise and library wise. in that Nintendo has been able to ignore re-releasing emulated games of the past in favor of pushing new games at a higher price and new game sales for many generations. Although in fairness, many of those generations you wouldn't have been able to emulate it. Even now, the Switch 2 is probably barely capable of properly emulating Game Boy and NES era content. There isn't really that much extra that Nintendo can do in emulation than anyone else can do, in the sense that the hardware is just not particularly compatible hardware, so it takes a lot more processing due to a lack of optimizations to run hardware that is just completely incompatible compared to the x86 standard. If one could go back in time and force everybody to follow the x86 standard, the AMD 64 standard, then you wouldn't even need emulation at that point. Old games would just run, and they would run particularly great. But yeah. That perhaps would be the best thing one could do if going back in time is just enforce standards and increase technology. Some kind of like temporal manipulation. Speaking of crazy talk about going back in time, I'm gonna throw out the thought that if any president was secretly a robot from the future, Abraham Lincoln is probably that president, just due to his reported physical appearance. He was way taller than everybody. He wore that big hat. Certainly you could do a Doctor Who episode on that. He also was particularly strong for the time. Of course, this may be a lot of puffery and just good PR, but yeah, they were talking about on Reddit one of those stupid arguments about if you had all the US presidents alive and somewhat in their prime fighting each other, who would win. And my bet would definitely be on Abraham Lincoln, although in fairness there are 2 or 3 other people who were fairly strong too and capable of winning in a fight, particularly in those early days of the United States when being in a fight physically was a very reasonable thing to occur. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Death Stranding 2 looks for a quick PC release after the ESRB lists out the Kojima port. PlayStation is listed as the PC publisher for On the Beach. Okay. Yeah. It definitely doesn't feel like PlayStation exclusives are really going to be exclusive to, not to the point where they aren't showing up on the PC fairly quickly. Yeah. That was another thing I was going to try and do. I would have to look and see if there's a way to use Violent Monkey to block the YouTube suggestions, because I think YouTube is just constantly changing its code to make that impossible. But I would like to get those suggestions to disappear. It is kind of silly and embarrassing when you get these random recommendations after watching a trailer to a game. But speaking of YouTube and its craziness, they do now have category hype leaderboards. They're not really pushing people to go and look at them, You would think there would be an ad every day, since it changes every day, to check out the leaderboard of at least a category you're interested in. I looked at the gaming leaderboards, and it is mostly brain garbage is what I would call it, based on the thumbnails alone. So yeah, it is sadly the case that I think a big amount of the audience on YouTube is just into some of the worst quality YouTube content that I think even the viewers of that type of content will agree upon. Let's see. Moving on, Embracer has sold 2 more companies from its acquisition spree era, as Remnant and Neverwinter firms have been offloaded. Arc Games and Cryptic Studios have been sold by Embracer. Yeah. Which one assumes when they're selling the companies, that doesn't inherently mean that they are transferring the IP over to the company. So selling a company may very well be just a way of doing layoffs or forcing the company to live on its own and then failing and doing lights. Arc Games was formerly known as Perfect World Entertainment and Gearbox Publishing San Francisco. Well, I recognize Perfect World Entertainment as publisher behind live service games such as Star Trek Online and Neverwinter, as well as Remnant from the Ashes, Remnant 2, Torchlight, I guess that would be the first Torchlight, Hyperlight Breaker, and recently released Fellowship. Cryptic Studios is an experienced MMO developer behind City of Heroes, Neverwinter, and Star Trek Online. So I'd have to assume they did not get any new contracts for Star Trek, and that probably hurt them pretty badly. And in general, I guess MMOs as a concept are dead. It took a long time though for that to stop being the thing that people were chasing, and really chasing MMOs just evolved into games as a service as a concept. But yeah. They were acquired in 2021 as part of a now notorious acquisition spree, which resulted in thousands of layoffs and multiple studio closures. Yeah. And there's perhaps the biggest example of a CEO just being really crazy in what they were doing. Although in fairness, Nordic Games was spun off after the failure of Tokyo Toy Headquarters, I believe it is, not Tokyo Headquarters, failed. And then they just really wanted to grab that name and be THQ again. And so eventually they changed their name from Nordic Games to THQ Nordic. And then they made a parent company called Embracer Group, which embraced everything in a death hug, like an alligator or a bear would, instead of actually doing what it was claiming it was going to do, which was to be the next big Microsoft/Sony type competitor. Which, in a funny way, as far as libraries go, they might be as big as Microsoft and Sony as far as IP they own, but it's all potentially not that it's not that valuable IP, and certainly you need talented studios that can actually make games, and the refrain from Embracer has very much been the case that they haven't been making enough games for as big as they have built themselves up to be. And even the Darksiders series, which I want to see that last Darksiders game come out, which it is in development, I don't think it's going to save even THQ Nordic in the long run, let alone any of the other games that they have managed to put out, which are mostly just like remasters of SpongeBob games. Is the next biggest thing I can think of has come out from Embracer. And they say as part of the deal, the publishing rights for Remnant franchise will be transferred to Arc Games, from Arc Games to Embracer's THQ Nordic. So yeah, they're keeping the publishing rights, which already owns the Remnant IP rights in the development studio Gunfire Games. So they are effectively leaving this shell of a company, Arc Games and Cryptic Studios, to have to start over and make a whole new game series with a whole new IP. In the second quarter alone, 900 employees were let go. And yeah, it really sucks, and this isn't just the United States, but in most capitalist countries, that there isn't more government pushback on that, that there isn't some real requirement that to either justify letting people go, or just a straight up case of you can't let people go, you can't fire them, or at least lay them off. Sure, I probably don't want to get back, I don't want to get to a system that was as bad as like communist Russia, where you were given a job, you were assigned a job, and you would work that job whether you liked it or not, or whether your boss liked you or not, and wanted you there. But yeah, at a certain point, if you were guaranteed employment in some way, or companies were fined more money than they would save by laying people off, then that would be a better system. More than likely, in modern times capitalist system, there would be just like heavy universal basic income taxes that would be levied on everyone, and laying someone off would be a just ongoing monthly penalty for ever, potentially, because you laid someone off. Just not worth it. Of course, they would always write the laws. Rich people would write the laws and find ways to manipulate something like that. Yeah. It probably would be way easier just to heavily tax companies in general and give everyone universal basic income in general. Moving on, back to video game news. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment is getting a free update with new weapons and battle changes and bug fixes. Version 1.0.2 releases later this week. It feels like that's a fairly small increment number for a video game. I don't think you really probably need to go to 3 digits, particularly if this is a update that's adding features. It would make a lot more sense for it to be 1.2, and then the third one would be like security updates in particular. But even in that, Nintendo's style of updating things, if they do update things, is fairly infrequent, so the idea that there might be weekly updates is kind of crazy. Let's see, the Tekken boss Harada says he's quite interested in Capcom's decision to charge for Street Fighter tournament streams. Quote, a lot of influencers are making big money off streaming tournaments, Harada says. Yeah, I imagine that is a way a lot of people think, is that there's just huge money there, when I suspect there really isn't huge money there. I would love to see some actual financials from any influencer who's making any money at all, let alone big money, off of streaming tournaments. And if that is really the argument, then there's perhaps just a lack of protection going on to prevent tournaments from being streamed, but then that would reduce the number of people watching your tournaments anyways. Yeah. I don't know of any streamers who would put insightful commentary or in any way have a better stream than a live stream for free would be. So yeah, I just don't really believe this thought, but I bet the Japanese believe it, and I bet Harada believes it, because I bet Harada knows very little about what's going on in the world of streaming. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely want to make a bunch of money, and they might get away with that, but then they might, in the long term, hurt their business overall and hurt who's interested in Street Fighter, which I think you constantly have a struggle you have to fight to keep your game being interesting. Yeah. So there's a degree of caution one would want to do as far as charging for streaming. I can't help but feel like there definitely were some major problems with the WWF, then renamed to WWE these days, moving from one channel to another. WWE Raw's War, was actually 2 shows. Raw was the first hour, and then Warzone was the second hour. Was on the USA Network for the vast majority of its existence. I think it's not on USA anymore, and probably lost some audience there. But all the pay-per-views were on pay-per-view channels, and so I would never pay for any of that, never watched any of that. So all the big wrestling events went back. In the brief time I was watching wrestling, was severely hurt by that. You would see the Raw the week before a pay-per-view, and then you'd see it the week after the pay-per-view, and you would just kind of have to figure out what happened during the pay-per-view. And usually the week after the pay-per-view, they were showing recaps of the best moments of the pay-per-view anyway, so you really weren't that motivated to watch it unless you were a huge fan, and I definitely wasn't that big of a fan. But yeah, competitors to the WWE were all over the place as far as what channels they were on and what times they were on, and even the Thursday night lineup of the WWF SmackDown started to try to be a competitor, and it probably hurt the lineup for the Monday night Raw's War presentations. And SmackDown was on, I believe, UPN originally, but may have jumped around a lot. And then the competitor, I think, was on TNT. These are whole channels that potentially don't even exist anymore. I think TNT still does. And then SmackDown, I think now is the Thursday, but maybe Friday on Fox. Just like, but by the time SmackDown was on Fox as a over-the-air broadcast, it was also completely isolated because of COVID, and it was a very different product and not anywhere as interesting. Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to get back to the Attitude Era, at least, and not until Linda McMahon, the mother of Stephanie McMahon, is no longer interested in doing politics, which may happen fairly soon. She has been the Trump presidency's Department of Education, I believe. Although, yeah, which I haven't heard her actually do anything with that, really, or take any credit for anything. But more than likely she's pushing voucher programs and dismantling of public education as much as possible. But I think she is possibly also just trying to set herself up to be even a presidential candidate, which, yeah, it might happen. We might have Linda McMahon running for president in the future, but who knows? She's kind of too much in the background at the moment. and her family has Vince McMahon scandals all around him now, so yeah, it would be the Republican equivalent of Hillary Clinton, and that it's a female, but also surrounded by a controversial husband. I don't know why I got into talking about wrestling there. Wow, that was a very natural ramble. It's snuck up on me there. Didn't even think what I was doing or talking. Interesting. Alright, let's move on. Video Games Chronicle articles is what we're going to. Boom Shakalaka. NBA Jam's iconic announcer was paid $800 to voice the game, which reportedly made over $1 billion. The Tim Kitzrow, says he wasn't savvy enough to know the business at the time. In fairness, $800 back then probably was a decent amount of money for voice acting, considering this was like a Sega Genesis game and had only a few lines of dialogue compared to modern games that might have way more lines of dialogue in it. It is unfair, certainly, that anyone who was part of the creative process of creating a game is not entitled to natural creator rights and royalties, but particularly in the United States, they just don't really have that concept. Making over $1 billion does deserve for him to be paid more, and if companies weren't such scumbags, they almost certainly would pay him more. I mean, if you're making cash over fist, every Christmas you could have sent him another $800 every year, and just said Merry Christmas as a Christmas gift. If you were a decent company run by decent people. Unfortunately, companies run by decent people get crushed by companies not run by decent people. But yeah, for all the years there, that still would have been a minimal thing. Now this is shocking that it's an interview with the Escapist, the last I heard completely defunct and pointless website that had pretty much laid off all of the people who were well known and beloved by it when it was in its heyday, and I'm not sure how many people that even were beloved by the Escapist. For the most part, it was one guy doing very fast talking animations while reviewing video games. Fully Ramble-O-Matic, I think, is what his handle is. But that guy still does it, but he also lost a lot of he lost a lot of relevancy too. I know several controversies, I think, around the Escapist. I don't know how big any of them really were, but yeah, the Escapist was probably the second thing below Giant Bomb that I spent way too much time following and trying to find a, for lack of a better term, community of game reviewers. Apparently Kitzrow originally started recording voices for pinball games for WMS Industries, which owned Williams & Bailey, as well as game developer publisher Midway. So $800 to record audio for a pinball table might be much more realistic. So he did recording speech for Gilligan's Island, but I haven't seen too much of Gilligan's Island. I think I've seen it once. It's kind of a weird pinball table, if I'm recalling correctly. The Twilight Zone is a really big, really popular one. Popeye, I don't know if I've ever seen a Popeye pinball table. And Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd, I think, is pretty popular, doing around 10 to 15 in total. Again, the speech chips and the audio chips that would have been in pinballs of these eras would be fairly limited. Like, it's not going to be days and days of audio recording. But this is undoubtedly a tale of them getting someone cheap and doing and underpaying them. $50 an hour sounds like a great pay in the old days. So yeah, 15 hours in total is his estimate at $50 an hour would be where you would get close to $800. Didn't have an agent. Yep. He ended up still doing voice acting for later games. I don't know if this really is a story that the if there was any reuse of the Boom Shakalaka recording there. Apparently, the line was improvised outburst inspired by a 1970s psychedelic soul song. What is the name of the song? I Want to Take You Higher. Chorus is Boom Shakalaka Laka. Boom Shakalaka. Oh yeah, I remember that song. But the way they say it is much more rhythmic and slower than the way it's said in the video game. This is an interesting article, and it's kind of an example of an article that probably should happen more often and only comes out when there is just not any video game news to actually talk about. Is that you have these interviews at the end of the year and you have these more retrospective things. Now, who owns Midway at this point? I think it might be Microsoft. It's always a good bet if you were going to guess that it's Microsoft anyways. It might be EA too, or there might just be another company that owns it. Plenty of opportunities there. But yeah, if the rights still exist for NBA Jam, which maybe it doesn't, there definitely should be a remaster and re-release of this game in particular, which there might be, and I may have just overlooked it. But it is, I would say, within the top 300 of games that I would like to own on Steam in its original form. If there have been some games that are spiritual successors to this game, as far as a fast-paced, I think it's 3-on-3 basketball game with heavy emphasis on dunking and Attitude Era type of feelings to it, but yeah, there's nothing particularly new that has grabbed people's attention. And a big part of that, I guess, is that if fandom around basketball is not particularly great, and there is an anti-fandom basically against female WNBA basketball at the moment. But yeah, I just don't think the fandom around basketball or sports in general is getting bigger. But you would have really thought that there would have been all kinds of NBA Jam inspired games over the years, and there really weren't. Like, they took little aspects of it, but not quite the same feel. Okay, so I wanted to show this. This is the second iteration of this code. This is Mutant Football League 2 Steam page. I found a Grease Monkey script that I can use with Violent Monkey to do a much better job on doing the adult content pop-up. It wasn't actually about adult content to begin with. It was about AI detection. So by merging the code and changing it a little bit, I was able to tell it to also look for the section at the bottom of a game that says mature content description. And then in my first version of the code that I lost, I also had it grab the title of the game, and I haven't updated it to do that. So now going forward, when we look at Steam pages, we will have the game title, a mature content description, or an AI description, or both. I guess that will be a page I'll need to find to see if it actually grabs both or not, in a pop-up with a close button with an X, and it is doing a full-on blur in the background of the page. And so this looks a lot nicer and just has a way better, again, it's CSS polish, although maybe I would tweak this and get rid of the top banner here. You can see there's like drop shadows all around there. So yeah, I might want to tweak the CSS a little bit there and get rid of the blue, and maybe change the color on this blue to match Steam's page. And so if I want to close the tab at this point, I would just close the tab and not show it, and yet we'd still get a name of the title and the general mature content description on it. And so that may save me a ton of time instead of dragging tabs to my second monitor and then often triggering the view on my second monitor when I do that. And then if I want to show things, then you just close it and it shows the Steam page where it was there, which at the moment I also don't have the checkbox code implemented, so my checkboxes are missing. But again, I'm going to update this code. It's my ambition to update it, so instead of having checkboxes here for VR and here for the first time I saw it, I'm going to have it automatically just put the first time I saw it here as a timestamp. And as far as VR, I think I might just use the same warning as far as VR games go as I am for the mature content. So yeah, it is effectively just looking for this section here and bringing that up to the screen. That does mean that more games overall are going to have this pop-up popping up. And it does mean that I'm going to have to decide whether I want to show something based on its title alone. But overall, I think that is a way better experience than dragging the tab. And I'll still drag the tabs every now and then because I'll want to change the I'll want to look at it personally and see if I want to describe things more. But more often than not, you are going to have cases where there are There are games that will help protect my channel from getting accidentally deleted or intentionally deleted by YouTube because I accidentally flashed too much anime boob in the stream. Although, who knows, censorship may go so crazy that even talking about or discussing even violent games may be forbidden. Yeah, at some point here, you would have to go to a completely different service if it got that crazy. Or I'd just have to stop making YouTube videos altogether. Then I don't know what I would do with my time. I guess I have a lot of Legos to do as long as I can continue to see things and do Legos, although maybe doing Legos blind. I mean, you can build random things with Legos blind. You can't follow the instructions blind. Can you? That's an interesting thought. Braille Legos, where all the Legos have specific colors and shapes embedded in them. I know they make like Legos that are Lego-like blocks that are Braille, as in the letters are Braille. I'm pretty sure they make something like that, but that would be an interesting thing. Could you make a Lego building set where all the instructions were in Braille? Or audio-wise? Probably audio-wise would make more sense. And really have something very pretty when all is said and done. I should probably not say that out loud and patent something like that if I had the money for it. Yeah, I feel like you'd have to scale things up pretty big. Would be a big issue there. Of course, that has nothing to do with video games, so let's continue to move on. A Far Cry TV series starring Always Sunny's Rob Mack has been announced. The anthology series will have a new setting and characters every season. Interesting, so that's weird to have an anthology series based on these video games, although that is in line with the way the video games are also made. I don't know what the actual series goes. This is a very odd angle at which this guy is leaning and twisting his neck here. Almost makes me wonder if he broke his neck or something. That is definitely way uncomfortable for a headshot. But yeah, we are certainly getting to the point where video game based TV series are getting funded and developed more and more, even though it's questionable whether they should be made. This is almost certainly inspired by Fallout. Let's make a game that has a similar enough name that people might get confused in Far Cry, and try to see if that gains any more of an audience. Yeah. I guess I really don't have too much to say there. Here we have a quote. "It's not going to solve all of the problems," end quote. Dan Houser says he's dabbling with AI, but it's not as useful as some say. I think that is part of the problem, is the death by cuts, is that we're just going to convince people to try AI and it's going to cause layoffs, and then by the time people fully get management to admit that AI was a mistake, they will have already cut 30 to 80% of all the jobs, and then they'll just hire in younger, less experienced, less qualified people to replace the people that they now need. The secondary quote, they will claim it can solve every single problem, and it really can't yet. I don't think it ever can. There was an article on Reddit just yesterday saying that the language model scientifically is just flawed and is being willfully ignored as far as a way for it to actually accomplish what people actually want it to accomplish. Yeah, increasingly it feels like what large language modules can do has plateaued, and there isn't just going to be a new code or a new version of a chatbot that makes it much better. In the same way that you can get parakeets to repeat text, and parakeets are pretty smart, certainly, but you can't get them to be as smart as a Einstein, not just because of, not just by the language module. There's actual real world experience and pictorial thinking and different ways of thinking, emotional thinking even, that these AIs cannot do. And that is in part why we see AI do crazy and wild things. Meanwhile, the vast majority of AI that's happening, which I did finally go into DuckDuckGo and tell it to stop generating the AI responses, but yeah, the vast majority of those responses is literally it just copying and pasting and summarizing answers written by actual humans. So I mean, it's very recognizably stealing the responses and answers from Stack Overflow in many cases from a human, and just not really crediting them or having people actually go to the page. Not that Stack Overflow is a particularly pretty page that you want to go to, but it is still a thing that you should probably go to. The whole internet is going to eventually just fall apart because the advertisement model and the monetization model and concept around people running web pages was always a flawed model. It needed, the internet, like library systems, needed to be a service, needed to be funded by the governments of the world. It needed to be this free and open thing that it was intended to be originally and hoped to be, instead of this over monetized garbage version of the internet that we have now, full of fake websites making fake articles, full of ads, and full of spam on the email side, which even spam has been reduced significantly and proven to not be financially viable. Let's see. So we talked about this in the last stream. Saudi Arabia is reportedly running low on cash for investments following the EA deal. Several of the public interest funds investments are financially distressed. EA has agreed on a $55 billion deal to go private. But yeah, it's not the public interest fund that is trying to take Ubisoft private. So there's two of these things going on at the same time, and the reason why these are going private is that these companies are way overinflated in their valuation, and if they can go private, they don't have to reveal to the stock markets that they're overvalued, and they can fail much quietly. And I imagine both of these acquisitions might be fairly scammy in that money is being shifted around in numbers books, but the actual money doesn't really exist. That $55 billion worth of cash is not being handed actually to EA in this case, more than the record book says that they have $55 billion in their income, but then they also probably have $55 billion in debt in their outcome, which is just the kind of crazy corporate math that happens. Yeah, I know a little bit about the Middle East, which is probably an understatement to even say that, and that the saber and the sword is a symbol of pride, but from a Westerner's perspective, maybe it makes a little bit more sense to not have your public investment fund have a logo with a sword. Why not go with the crescent moon instead? Isn't that the symbol of Islam, or just something new? I will also say, when you look at this logo, this is quite the character glyphs as far as the language goes. There's just a lot going on. People think the Asian character glyphs are crazy. This is crazy. Obviously there's a level of brushstroke slash cursive in all of this as you would draw this, but it is just a lot. Although it's probably not a terrible system, the doing little loops, although it might be fairly easy to like change one character to another. And yeah, you can see there's a lot of smaller loops and swishes, and adding an extra loop potentially, I think, changes the character. But that really has nothing to do with the article. I'm just criticizing the logo. It's a boring logo too. Just needs a lot more going on for it. Let's see. Moving on, these new official licensed Crocs are designed to look like an Xbox controller, buttons and all. Well, it would be more interesting to me if it actually worked like an Xbox controller, although it would be fairly hard to squeeze all of the hardware components into a shoe. You could do it. You could definitely do it now because all the physical buttons are here. You would have to put membranes behind the buttons. The analog sticks might be a problem too, but yeah, you could at least have the buttons on a thin flexible PCB membrane that would then run a wire potentially, I guess, just down. This is like the right bump. That would be hard to program and fit into a shoe. But yeah, if you put some of that down as a wire and then through the rubber, you could probably squeeze the circuitry into the heel of the shoe, and maybe you would need buttons. Why would you do any of that? I have no idea. These are supposed to be like headsets, I guess. Why would you make a shoe like this? I have no idea. I don't know why people like Crocs in the first place. It seems like a pretty garbage, plasticky, rubbery shoe with too many holes if they were supposed to be rain boots for it. And people think it's some kind of fashion statement, but the statement almost certainly is I am a sheep who follows trends and have no good taste. I guess I'm throwing out a personal opinion there, but I think most people agree with the Croc hate, except for the Croc lovers. Same thing with like Funko Pops. Those are the ones that really drive me up the wall as to why would anybody spend any money on these hideous big-headed creatures. It's really ridiculous that anybody is into them, and they are. I also saw, as far as one of the Black Friday sales, is I was looking at magnetic spice rack organizers to stick on the side of my refrigerator. Adds more space, and one of the things they have now are Stanley Cup holders, which in fairness, those Stanley Cups are huge, so having a holder to deal with that would be somewhat helpful. And it's not a terrible thing they have on the side. But yeah, if I'm gonna get anything, I'll get baskets that are there was two models in particular. One that was only 3 inches deep for like spice racks, which is probably not deep enough, and then there was bigger ones that were 7 inches deep for more like fruit baskets. I think the 7 inches deep will be way more useful if they actually go on sale. Like, that's pretty low priority stuff too, as far as Black Friday sales go. Here's a quote: "There's no longer a need to protect her," end quote. Farah may be stronger in the Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake, a leak suggests. Players may seem no longer have to keep the princess's companion alive during battles. Well, that would be a pretty decent modernization. I never played Sands of Time, but I doubt that was something people were singing the praises of. It's never been a case that I can recall that actually being forced to protect a companion was a fun experience. There storyline reasons for like specific boss battles I could see being okay with having to protect somebody, but just every single boss battle being like that would be very repetitive and annoying in my book, and there definitely were plenty of games like that. It's a remnant, almost certainly, of the concept of trying to make video games too realistic and being stuck in the mindset that video games should be realistic. I bet they don't change it too much. I doubt they're going to turn her into the secret protagonist of Prince of Persia Sands of Time. Let's face it, I don't think we have a great chance of ever even seeing this remake happen. I think the Ubisoft acquisition is going to happen, and then all Prince of Persia stuff talk will just disappear, and Good vs. Evil 2 talk will disappear too, or it will be the shell company of Ubisoft that talks about those games and never puts them out. They probably do want to make her a little bit stronger, a little bit more helpful, just for a raw feminism reason, but you still would hope that you were playing as the protagonist and telling just about the same story for a remake. And yeah, looking at this, I guess this is probably a remastered version of the game if I was to guess, not the original version. It's not that bad of a looking game, so yeah, a remake is going to be probably very highly polished if it ever comes out. Farah fought alongside the player in the original game, but the player had to keep an eye on her to make sure she didn't die. And I don't think Farah is actually the princess in the game. I think there's another princess, but who knows, maybe it isn't the case. Combat has been modernized, blending familiar acrobatic attacks with advanced acrobatic moves. Time powers have been enhanced to offer a wide array of options and battles. Boy, would I love a video of this instead of just talk of this, though. They must still be very much in early development. They can't even make a teaser trailer. Although, who knows? Game Awards may happen in a week or two, and we may see a new trailer pop up. Let's see. The quote here we have is, "Any credit I get, I need to give to him," end quote. Charlie Cox praises the motion capture actor for Game Awards nod. Quote, "I believe the performance of the character is really down to him," says Cox. Which is funny because the person being named here, Charlie Cox, is being named because their name is bigger and recognizable, whereas the motion capture actor is not being named at all in the headlines. Yeah, and here they're just saying another actor. And it's not until you get into, let's just count, you have headline, subheadline, first paragraph, which is one sentence. Second paragraph is a sentence. Third paragraph is a sentence. Fourth paragraph is a sentence. You don't get until the fifth paragraph / sentence that says, actually names the person, Maxence Carzol, who performed the motion capture for Cox's character, speaking as part of a panel. Which, yeah, inherently I think that is what is going to happen, is you're going to have motion capture actors that are good at probably face acting and moving in general and having their motion captured, and then you're going to have pretty boy actors that are going to be about being more recognizable and looking pretty, and that is the reason why they will be picked in particular. And it definitely speaks to a thing that if you are going to have a game award ceremony of any kind for video games, really, you probably need more categories, and that one would be for best motion acting, and another would be for best voice acting, and another, I don't know if you really even deserve to give an award to somebody for best face. But I guess you'd probably just call it best face acting, and then you'd have to really get into the weeds as far as who actually did the face acting and who didn't. Yeah. It is very much the case. You could have a motion actor recording the neck down of all the actions, and the face being recorded by someone completely different, and the voice being recorded by somebody completely different also. Yeah. You could even have parts of performances by different people. Everything is possible. And that gets into the weeds in particular as far as awards go. Which gets back to my thought that awards should probably be just unlimited, and that you could give as many awards out, and there is no Game of the Year award, and there is no first place awards. It's just you get an award if we think you did a good job, as best as we can tell, and if you don't get an award, we didn't think you did a good enough job. Just a pass-fail scenario of highlighting what you liked. You also run into the problem as far as whoever's doing the nominations, and that a lot of things might be nominated in the wrong categories as you start to add more categories, and a lot of categories might not have 5 or 6 nominees, which is not really a problem in my book. I could see doing a fan awards where if there was a category created, voted on by maybe the public themselves, and only one game gets nominated, then that game just automatically wins. You could certainly announce nominations and say our auto winners are this 20 to 100 games, and the competition for further voting is needed for these following categories. Which I mentioned earlier. I put out my Steam Awards pick. I had someone comment in their private Discord that they didn't recognize any of those games, and I'm like, yeah, that was my intention, is to highlight games that people wouldn't recognize and wouldn't just by default win as popularity contest. As a content creator, as a video game critic, it makes a lot more sense to me to talk about things that people don't know about than to talk about things people already do know about. Imagine if you were a movie critic and you were just talking about Die Hard 2 every year, every month. I mean, that would be pretty crazy and pretty useless to most people. Like, people who like Die Hard 2 already know about it and already like it. You don't need to talk about it every year or every month. Unless you're doing a running gag, which that would be kind of funny if Siskel and Ebert or somebody every year just gave Die Hard 2 the Movie of the Year award as a joke. That feels more like something Red Letter Media might do these days. Alright, well, that's going to bring us to the Gematsu articles, and I am going to take a little bit of a break. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I'm sitting there waiting for it to bring up the subscribe button, and it's not going to do that when I unpause. Yeah. Seems like I am starting to get a little out of it. It's been a weird day for me, certainly, in that I've just had this natural kind of brain fog effect happen where I'll just get distracted a little bit. Yeah, and an interesting thing happened as I was taking a break. I checked my email and saw that there was a product recall, so I will put in a lazy effort to see if I could get refunded for a product I bought back in 2024. They probably time these recalls to happen right around Black Friday, although in fairness I probably bought it in Black Friday too. And Dragon Ball Super box set of steelbook cases is 20% off, which doesn't sound like much of a discount for a bunch of Blu-ray discs, but it's an entire series, and it is also Dragon Ball and anime, so 20% off is the best deal I think Slick Deals has ever seen for it. Now it is Dragon Ball Super, which is the newer series, not Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball, the oldest series, or Dragon Ball GT, the series nobody liked, and I'm pretty sure there's several other Dragon Balls. So you kind of have to become an expert in understanding Dragon Ball to even know which one you're getting. But yeah, I might end up grabbing it. It's still $120 though, so you're basically paying twice the premium price of a regular box set back when I was buying box sets. Box sets for entire seasons or series usually were around $60. That was back in DVD days and many years ago. And certainly Dragon Ball Super is not one of the animes that is likely to become lost media. So as far as prioritizing goes, it's not a high priority one. Yep. Let's go through the Gematsu articles before I start rambling. I was gonna mention, now that it's gotten colder, I've turned up the seat heater, turned on the seat heater on my fancy bidet toilet, and yeah, it'll be interesting now that I'm monitoring electricity to see how much that really uses. That might be the one thing that all of a sudden starts to run the electricity usage back up, and if it runs it up way too much, then it's probably not worth having on. But yeah, for the cheaper model I have though, it has a water heating function and a air heating function for the drying, but the air heating function in particular is too high, too hot, even at the lowest settings, so you end up feeling like you're getting a suntan on your behind when it's turned on even to the lowest setting. Anyways, that has nothing to do with video games, so I am just rambling. Let's go through the Gematsu articles and try and rush through this some more. Again, Gematsu is one that I am adding the CSS in here via this plugin, and so I need to move that over to Violent Monkey, which is not going to take that much time, really. It's just basically the same code with slightly different CSS for each website as far as the custom style sheets go. We have the Famitsu review scores for issue 1925. Inazuma 11 Victory Road and more were scored. We're expecting a fairly high score here. I would really like to see a fairly high score here on Inazuma 11. Let's see, we have one called Dinkum for 32 out of 40, pretty average. Ghost Rider Workshop, pretty low at 29 out of 40. And then Inazuma 11 is getting 35 out of 40, so pretty high. 9, 9, 8, and 9 between the 4 reviewers. Then the last game is Run for Money, Hunters versus Runners. Can you win as either? Which is getting a pretty low 29 out of 40. And if we had a look at this game in particular, the fact that a pretty obvious garbage game like this is only going as low as 29 out of 40 still highlights that even amongst Gamatsu, which is probably one of the most fairest, not Gamatsu, Famitsu, is probably one of the fairest review sites and most respected review mainstream video game journalist sites out there, Japanese as it is. There's still just not a wide variety. They really don't give below 7s. And the whole system is very much just broken. Let's see if we click trailers here. We can briefly show what the game is. And that this is possibly based off of an actual TV show in Japan. I know in the UK they have a show like this. But yeah. But the actual game is this. Yeah. It's simplistic, big-headed chibi models. What's interesting here is the characters are wearing masks in the live action footage, and the chasers are not wearing masks in the game. So the masks don't seem like they are actually based on a art style decision as much as I imagine they were based on COVID practices and just general Asian practices of wearing a mask. Yeah, when you're going to be breathing heavily, the masks, I guess, also hide the faces of the people so they can be replaced easily. But yeah, you can pretty well guess that that's a garbage game, and yet it gets 29 out of 40, so I guess it delivers on what it promises well enough. That's the best I can assume, at least. Moving on, ESRB has rated Death Stranding 2 on the beach for PC. There's speculation that an announcement is imminent in that case. Shift Up's Project Spirits is going to be published by Level Infinite globally. The second global collaboration between Level Infinite and Shift Up. Shift Up, even though they had massive success as a game developer with Stellar Blade, compared to what was expected of them at least, apparently not willing to become its own publisher. Probably takes a lot more work, would require establishing yourself. It would be weird certainly to try and publish your game through Shift Up if they were going to be a third-party publisher instead of a self-publisher alone, because only lewd games would ever think about being published by Shift Up. We might see that happen at some point in the future where all of a sudden Shift Up is the go-to place to publish your lewd anime girl games, maybe anime boy games even. But yeah, they're not ready to take that step, which in fairness they have grown leaps and bounds already over the past few years, and to expect them to become their own publisher is asking too much. Let's see, NES and Game Boy, the Nintendo Classics adds Battletoads, Ninja Gaiden 2, The Dark Sword of Chaos, Bionic Commando, and Kid Icarus of Myths and Monsters. Yep. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, Yakuza Kiwami, and Yakuza Kiwami 2 for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Digital upgrades or offers have been announced. You can purchase each new release at a discount if you already own it digitally. Yeah. Let's see. erosion gameplay and walkthrough video is available on Gamatsu if you want to check that out. I think I will try to not watch too many trailers today. You can see erosion is on the follow list already. Destiny 2 Renegades expansion launch trailer. Make a Renegade video. Making of a Renegade video documentary is available on Gamatsu if you want to check that out. Also, here we have some screenshots that I think could use some improvement in my tweaking. If it was a big deal, it's not really a big enough deal to do it. Yeah, one of the things when I rewrite the code to introduce the checkboxes again will be to have the first visited and the last visited points automatically calculated. That way we could get that. In fact, we could probably have 2 or 3 last visited points just as it fits into the screen, since there's just nothing here anyways. But yeah, getting more information as far as how many times we visited a page would be helpful. Although, frankly, the first visit and the last visit are really all you really need. Let's see. Horses launches December 2nd. It's a first-person horror adventure from Santa Region. Don't know Santa Region, if that's even how you pronounce it. Let's watch this trailer and see what it's all about. Is it really going to show us anything? Guess I have to actually look at the screen and not just immediately pick up my phone and look at it. So there's nudity in this game. It seems like this is probably a ridiculous game. Yeah, and I wasn't really expecting this. So, extreme weirdness. And I guess the question is, do you think this is really a game, or is this just a mean joke of a game? That's going to be the real question. Yeah. One of the things with buying all these movies at the moment is I'm realizing I'm going to basically have to buy all of them on Amazon just so I don't end up buying them a second time. You know, we're still getting this Roma 1/2 suggestion from a couple days ago. Yep. That was a weird looking game, to say the least. And apparently doesn't have a Steam link yet. Let's see, 5 Hearts Under One Roof, a full motion video romance, returns with more heroines, routes, and emotions. Will you stay by your side? This is interesting because we really have not seen even Gamatsu, which definitely puts out almost every press release it gets from what I can tell, and is focused more on Asian style games. Even in that, I haven't seen anybody put out press releases for full motion video games. But it does seem like this is the new trend, is that the anime style is getting persecuted. That's only the right word to use. And as such, it is increasingly getting replaced with full motion videos. It often feels like the full motion videos are coming more from like Korea and China more often than even Korea, whereas there's just less desire for full motion video in the romance visual novel type games made in Japan, which in fairness, if the Japanese did it, they may very well end up using very young appearing J-pop actors and idols as the characters. Yep. And that might just cause more censorship and controversy anyways. But I imagine it is also a case that the idols in Japan have better offerings and wouldn't just show up in a full motion video game cheap, or wouldn't get permission to do it in the first place. Yeah, particularly the idols in Japan are immediately ostracized / fired if there's even a hint that they have a boyfriend. So playing in a video game where they would have a boyfriend is not acceptable, I'm sure. Moving on. Dune Crawl launches January 5th, 2026. Explore a hand-drawn world with friends aboard a gigantic crustacean. I kept wanting to say abroad. Let's watch this trailer. So I'm gonna keep an eye out for that game 5 Hearts Under One Roof to see if the tab is open somewhere else, because the tab should have been open right next to it. I don't know if this is much of a difference or a gimmick here, in that you have a moving vehicle. You attack locations and jump to those locations from your moving vehicle. And so it seems like you're just weirdly pigeonholed into writing things, where otherwise it feels like it's just more of a standard 4-player hack and slash type experience. Although that does give it a nice artistic vision overall, which does change how the whole game looks and feels. And yeah, this is a great example of what I would like to see all hand-drawn art look like, as far as a high level of polish, a high level of effort, and something fairly unique and very consistent. So I'll put that on the follow list, and I'll just have to assume I haven't made a YouTube short on it for now. Again, the whole plan is to maybe automate that whole process. As soon as I look at a page. If that was the case, though, then I definitely would need a checkbox, because I wouldn't want to make a YouTube short just on every single Steam page I look at. Yeah. But if the process was just to click the checkbox and then that automatically does everything right then and there as I look at it, that might work fairly nicely. Instead of having to run a macro after these streams, which is what I'm doing now, taking up extra time. It would be nice to finish a stream and potentially take just an hour break and then jump into playing something like Belairtro, although the odds of me doing that are pretty low. Let's see. KO_op announces a co-op narrative life simulation game called Young Sons for the Xbox One Series and PC. Yeah, this is the developer of Goodbye Volcano High. Let's watch this announced trailer. Okay. Kind of like the 3D CGI look there. Yeah. I was listening to a podcast, and someone who did develop a game, or something like a game at least, talked about some of the recent scandals of placeholder art being copyrighted art and it making it to the end. And yeah, his opinion, if I followed it as I was barely paying attention to the podcast, was that there really is no reason why that should ever happen, because you should just never be using copyrighted art in the first place. That if you're going to use placeholder art, you're going to go to a asset store like the Unreal Asset Store and buy either placeholder art really cheap, that is specifically placeholder art, untextured, or you're going to buy art that would work if it was shipped in that state and still have the right licensing and not be stolen, or at least as far as you know, not be stolen. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff that is stolen and then sold on stores like the Unreal Store, but at the very least, we've never heard a story where they have said, we've investigated this and our artist did nothing wrong and they bought this properly and we got the license for this properly. It was the seller of the content that was in the wrong and stole the art. It's always been the case that the artists, who are almost certainly being underpaid and working in sweatshop equivalents in foreign Asian countries very often, are the ones in the wrong, using art, tracing art, or just straight up stealing art. You don't really even need to buy art in the first place. In most engines, you can just have an untextured object and just let it stay untextured. Many engines will have untextured objects have a kind of purplish checkerboard appearance to it, or a bright white art missing texture to it. So as you're playing a demo and testing it out, you know what art is missing in the first place. Yeah, the game developer definitely made the argument that you're not going to risk paying losing something you put $100,000 into as far as copyright, which that's the way copyright goes. If you're found to be infringing on copyright, all of the profits of that derived work that infringed on the copyright are potentially forfeit to the copyright holder. Like there is no percentage argument in negotiation happening there. Probably in reality you'd get a settlement, but before you went to court case. But as far as the way copyright law is written, if you violated the copyright of one 3D model in a game you spent hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars developing, and then you earned millions upon millions of dollars on the sales of that, all of those millions potentially could be forfeited to that one person that photo was stolen, even if the photo is insignificantly small. Like their copyright is 100% on that photo, even if the photo is only a fraction of a percentage of what's actually in the game. So yeah, you just don't want to risk that ever. And so the fact that this keeps happening shows that business is just not being done in a smart, sound, logical way very often for companies, which probably implies that a lot of people are getting away with stealing art. And inherently, I would make a further argument that AI art is effectively stealing art. So we're just seeing a shifting of people saying, well, I used AI, but so I didn't really plagiarize. I didn't really steal someone's copyright because I used AI, and then the AI stole someone's, or stole everyone's copyright. Moving on, 2 Point Museum DLC Zooseum launches December 2nd for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC, and in 2026 for the Switch 2. Yeah. There are no ghosts at the Grand. Demo is now available for PC. It's a horror musical mystery game. I guess the Grand is a building, and this is another great example where the title of the game should be in quotes to make this easier to run. Is this the one with the cat that has a hand on its tail? I don't think so. So it seems to me like this is a haunted horror mystery power wash simulator inspired experience. And let's see, the cat looks normal. It's interesting you have characters, so you kind of have this weird like gravity gun that you're gonna use a lot. There's an interesting music playing in the background of this trailer. This feels very weird, though, as far as what your gameplay mechanic is compared to what the story is being shown. So I can't help but wonder if this was two games merged together, or some kind of weird gameplay mechanic that they fell in love with. I haven't seen this before, so it's new to me. Put that on the follow list. Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 Reclamation Update is now available. New operation, hero, weapons, stratagems, and rewards. That reminds me, I was gonna think about having this just automatically do text to speech. It's probably a project for another day, and it's questionable whether I should do that. If I'm not even talking and reading the headlines myself, what am I doing as far as contributing and going through these sections? Although it would be a savior of my voice, certainly, if I did that. I saw some Fisherman's Friends in big bulk packs on sale on Slick Deals. Far too many to buy, though, for what I use. I think I have a pack from a few years ago that might be expired, come to think of it, already. Okay, so we'll estimate that this one's okay. Space Marine, Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. It might help, come to think of it, to grab the thumbnails also, instead of just the title of the game. When it pops up, we can see Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 is very positive. Let's see, Lumentale Memories of Trey has been delayed to 2026. Don't recall this game at all. Yeah. Let's see. So we have a boy talking over as the voice actor. So it's like Pokemon type game. Getting Black Friday offers for real now in my email. So it looks like a half platforming, half Pokemon game. This is one of those examples of where there's so much talking in the trailer that showing the video itself is not really useful. Let's go ahead and skip the rest of this trailer. We don't need to go through the rest of this. So yeah, Lumentel Memories of Trey does look interesting. Hyrule's Age of Imprisonment is free update, is launching November 27th. Which is kind of like the perfect time to keep kids busy, I guess. Though I don't know how many kids you really should be having do too much around the Thanksgiving holiday anyways. I don't know what else they could really be doing. Obviously kids shouldn't be shopping and doing Black Friday shopping, since they tend not to have any money. Moving on, Fatal Fury City of Wolves DLC character Mr. Big launches December 9th. Okay. I don't think we need to watch that trailer. See another DLC fighting character for a very positive fighting game series. Octopath Traveler 0 details more companions, path actions, amity level, party chat, adventures at sea. Check out this Komatsu article if you want the full details. Yeah. I probably should just grab the thumbnails. I'm pretty sure the thumbnails are always safe, and inject it into this at the top. That way we can get a better appearance overall. I'd want to probably center it, but there's no real problem with that. It's easy enough to do. These are the images, by the way, that are at 1080p. So when you click at them here, they're at 1080p if they're preloaded to be at 1080p. And if they're not loaded, then they will actually load a smaller version. It has a whole fade in and fade out. That's part of jQuery, is a command called fade2 that I think they're using to do this animation. But yeah, it's kind of crazy for this to be 1080p when it definitely is not taking up anywhere close to that size. In fact, to get it to realistically take up the amount of size I'd want it to do, I'd have to manipulate it down to nearly 200 times the zoom before the page itself stops dynamically adjusting. So I'm gonna adjust this part too. I figured out what was the problem there and remove this space, so this is at the very top. But yeah, if each of these preloaded in the background at a low resolution, it would save processing power, RAM, and just hard drive caching space altogether for as many tabs as I have open. But even if you had only a couple tabs open, they would still save space and probably be worth it, since very rarely do I at least click on an image and try and go into full screen mode. It's bad design, frankly. You should just click on the image and load in a new 1080p version later for the few people that click on it. Maybe start preloading the 1080p version when you hover the mouse over. But obviously they want everything to be really, really snappy on the website, and I'm sure it used to be the case for websites that sales stores in particular would say if there's any friction, if there's even 500 milliseconds of delay, like half a second of delay, that will cost you a significant amount of sales. I don't know if that really ever was true though. But yeah, I would definitely be optimizing for size, and I guess Steam just has infinite money, so they're not concerned about their hosting bills as far as hosting websites. I'm not even going to try and pronounce this name, but it's a Japanese game launching in November 28th in Japan. It's a free-to-play otome game, young maiden game. Do we want to watch the trailer? This is another hour and 12-minute long talking to the screen presentations. Yeah, we're not going to sit through that. Magical Princess demo is now available. Play through the first 6 months of your daughter's enrollment. I would assume Magical Princess is a daughter raising simulator. Yep. There's been a little bit of modernization on this series of games, or these types of games. This one definitely looks way more polished. Looks like it's using live 2D type animations. These are still very much strategy games where you are mostly just managing the schedule of your daughter. There's only been a couple of son raising simulators. They are effectively just visual novels of part, with multiple endings based on what you focus on and what your ending is. Weirdly, it's kind of like Bellertro in that it's a game by modern standards that may take just way too much time to play to get all the endings and see everything, and yeah, I just don't know if this kind of concept of a game is worth the development effort it takes to make these types of games, particularly since they're not particularly popular. Princess Maker series was the most known, most recognizable one of these from many years ago, and many years ago when computers couldn't really do anything too demanding, it made a lot of sense for something like this. Whereas now you could tell the narrative of raising a child very easily while having a much more interactive experience as far as the gameplay mechanic. You're going to spend the vast majority of your time on this screen effectively. And I guess maybe if you turn this into a mobile game series, that might make some sense, in that you might come back every day and set up a schedule for a character and get daily rewards. That wouldn't be the worst thought ever. You can see the demo was rated very positively there. So it does seem like it is a very polished one. There's been a couple of Princess Maker inspired daughter raising simulator games in the past couple years, but it'd be kind of a hard series to cover just because of the simplisticness and the repetitiveness of it. In a funny way, it might be a decent game to play if you're just going to stream and do something else. But yeah, I really couldn't cover video game news and play any game without dragging these streams into 4 or 5 hours long every time. Let's see. We have a new DLC character for Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the Hinokami Chronicles 2. I'm not even trying to pronounce these Japanese names today. Yeah. And you're going to see an increased number of these pop-ups because of mature content. It might be a little bit better to go back and use the tags, because right now it's not looking at the tags at all. Whereas this is a game that I wouldn't have really a problem of showing, even though it might be tagged mature, because it's not tagged sexual content, hentai, nudity, or mature content. So yeah, I probably should simplify it down to the tags and the mature content description. Yeah, you can see over here too is the ESRB rating, which very few games actually have that, so searching for that is pointless. Let's see, Skate Story is coming to PlayStation Plus game catalog on day 1. This is a weirder, I believe it's a skating game. Weirder looking skating game. Marvel Cosmic Invasion has an opening animation on Gematsu if you want to check that out. How long is it? Minute and 45 seconds. And let's stick with it and watch it. Or I'll let you watch it while I play on my phone. Really? I'm getting more and more distracted and doing that more and more often. In a lot of ways, this is exactly what I think they should have been doing with Marvel games and Marvel content from day one, is really evoking the 80s cartoon way more, and the nostalgia for the 80s cartoon. It's crazy how all the Marvel movies have really spent so much effort to try to make the live action movies feel realistic, which in fairness, every time they tried to make a movie that didn't feel realistic, it failed in the box office, so probably was necessary. But yeah, this is funny. Groove Digital is selling DVDs and things in anime for Black Friday, apparently, or they say they are, and then I click on the link and it says no products found, which Groove Digital really wouldn't have a ton of anime anyways, because they're basically just one publisher. So it probably would be better to buy everything from Amazon. Alright, moving on. Let's see, Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Particularly in the video games, this is the art style. This is the thing we should have been seeing for all of the games. But it is still crazy, even with this art style existing in some of the previous games, that there are so many different Marvel games that have been made. I guess inherently there is a thought that there should be as many video games based on comic books as there are comic books, which, yeah, doesn't really make any sense. I think to the consumers, the 5 Batman books a month peak of releasing things was pretty ridiculous back when stuff like that happened, and potentially 3 Superman books. That's all Warner Brothers though. DC more than Marvel, but Marvel's not any better. I think they were doing 3 or 4 Spider-Man books at one point, all disconnected stories involving Spider-Man. Whereas realistically, for a gamer, I'd want to see one highly polished console game from the Marvel universe and the DC universe, maybe a fighting game as a secondary option, but that would be it. I would be okay if they had a mobile game that was doing something fairly different. But there's really a lot more games that have been able to license Marvel and DC than they should have been able to. Moving on, Wild Blue has been renamed Wild Blue Skies. A Hurricane gameplay trailer is available. I think Wild Blue Skies is a better name. I wonder if there was a legal clearance there and that they couldn't get the trademark for Wild Blue Skies originally. It is squished together as one word. That might be part of the logo issue too. Right, and that's going to bring us to the Gaming on Linux articles, which we'll try and go through faster. Slimbook launch, the KDE Slimbook 7 with an AMD Ryzen AI 9 365 and Radeon 880M. It is a laptop, so the mobile versions of these chips are not going to be anywhere as good as the PC versions, the desktop versions of the chips. I guess this might be something to consider if you wanted to buy a laptop, but take the price at €1,000 to tell you that that is an expensive thing. Let's just look at the website and see what it looks like. It's branded KDE. I'm sure you can run pretty much any Linux on it. Yeah. So you can upgrade the speed on the CPU, and you can upgrade the RAM, which would bring it up to even higher cost. 20 threads, 10 cores. I'm not a huge fan of the offset cores. I really think you should be getting 8 or 16 cores in your CPU, not 10. It should be a doubling of 2, 4, 8, or 16 each time. And yeah, you almost certainly shouldn't be buying 2 cores or 4 cores these days. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else really to say. I know KDE was removed from a installer DVD of one of the distros, not because they did anything wrong, but simply because KDE as a desktop environment has gotten big enough that it won't fit on the size of a DVD ISO, which they're holding themselves to that space specs, which is kind of silly in modern times. I also saw there was a slick deals for a 10 gigabyte hard drive, and part of the complaints there was, as far as people talking about performance on it, was that it was noisier than the 12 terabyte hard drives that might be available otherwise. Yep. And yeah, the anti-duplicate tab plugin being installed seems to have worked particularly well, because we aren't seeing 2 of every single tab like we were on Monday, so that definitely saves some time. Fedora proposal put forward to improve production stability and incident management. After a string of annoying incidences after updates causing stability problems on Fedora, there's a new proposal put forward to help improve things. I will just see if that goes anywhere. In particular, though I don't know how much that would really affect Valve and SteamOS in any way, their version of Linux, because their version of Linux is based off of Arch Linux, not Fedora Linux. Although I think Bazzite might be based off of Fedora Linux. Yep. Although I'm probably somewhat confused about that. The action RPG Soulframe from the devs of Warframe gets a Steam page and early access for founders. Okay. When you see every character in a mask, there is a question about maybe they can't animate faces too well. Yeah, no hair being shown either. It's not inherently a problem, but it might be off-putting for some people. In fairness, if I was going to try to make a game that was big like this, I could see trying to avoid animating faces and hair also. Let's see. Heck yeah, the next Helldivers 2 War Bond finally brings a minigun. So I guess there are people still talking about Helldivers 2. But noticeably, I don't think we're going to see a lot of Game of the Year awards going to it. And here you can see a much longer description of mature content in Helldivers 2. But this is also highlighting a problem I wouldn't have easily recognized in my testing. Is just how many games are actually coming with mature content warnings, which it's a lot. If you're starving for more advanced Wars styled games, check out Ape Warfare. I guess there is also potentially a way to maybe have the pop-ups close automatically, but I don't think that would make any sense to automatically close the warning pop-up and then show the thing that we're trying to avoid showing. Embracer Group is selling off Arc Games and Cryptic Studios. We talked about that before. And we have an article here that didn't load at all. 2 Point Museum's Zooseum DLC is the biggest yet, launching December 2nd with a free update out now. Why is this so big? Yeah. Cold Fear, I Am Alive, and more arrive in the Good Old Games Preservation Program along with a Black Friday sale. So let's look at the list here. Rayman 2, The Great Escape, Eternum, Syndicate Plus, Epic Pinball, The Complete Collection, Alien Rampage, Screamer, Dangerous Dave Pack, Wing Commander Academy. I don't really recognize any of these games. I guess Rayman 2 I do recognize. And so it does just feel to me like increasingly Good Old Games is going to have some loose description on what is available and welcome in the preservation program and what that really means. It's pretty easy to commit to preserving and making sure a game is runnable when it has for years not really taken that much effort to make sure a game is runnable and playable. I talked about in the last stream ExoDOS having a new project called ExoWin9X, and in his announcement video for that project, collecting Windows 95 games and getting them to be playable, he talked about future plans to go as high as DirectX 9C as far as versions of DirectX, which would have been the last version of DirectX playable on probably XP, if I was to guess. And so we might very well have PC games follow different generations based on the versions of DirectX as to whether they are worthy of the preservation program from Good Old Games or whether they're going to be made playable otherwise. the big split will definitely be when Windows just completely abandons 32-bit executables in total, and it will just be a hard line break between 32-bit things that run and 64-bit things that don't, or 32-bit things that don't run and 64-bit things that will still run. I don't even know what that game was. I guess that was Cold Fear. I don't recognize it at all. I already feel like they're scraping the bottom of the barrel, and they've only been doing the preservation program for about half a year. Let's see. Moving on, TRX is an open source re-implementation of Tomb Raider 1 and 2 version 1.0 being released. Okay. So yeah. It definitely feels like there's as much, if not more, enthusiasm around playing the old Tomb Raider games to compared to playing the reboot series, or even being excited about the potential reboot series. Now, you have a problem with your trailer where a significant amount of your trailer is just showing someone type in the cheat code to jump into a level, and then showing just brief seconds of the actual gameplay. Pretty sure I've seen this this engine before. Yeah. So yeah, it seems like they probably don't have anything working particularly well, and that this is just showing the process of jumping in to a level. Yeah, the last time this open source trailer was made, too, it's been a long time showing a lot of these features, and really showed nothing that a general audience would appreciate and be super excited by. I guess the question is, how awful is the experience at the moment trying to play Tomb Raider 1 that you would really need to go through a third-party re-implementation like this? I assume this is an emulation. There's definitely a lot more lighting and stuff that looks like it's being programmed into this than would have been in the original game. That might give you little subtle improvements, but unless you're going to redraw most of the textures, then I don't know if you're going to really make a game like this feel too much different than the original version. And certainly that's the problem with old games like this, is that people's nostalgic minds are going to have them remember the old game looking a lot better and playing a lot better than it really did. And so you're fighting against a false memory of old games when re-implementing, remastering a game, more than you're fighting against the original version of the game. It would make a little bit of sense, and I think even a few game companies have done this, where they actively just try and remind people how ugly and slow the experience was in the original versions of some of these games. So it's kind of a great example of where Tomb Raider versus the Tomb Raider reboot went, in that there's just a lot more platforming and swimming going on. Not even really that much puzzle solving, I think, in the original Tomb Raider series. Moving on, Void, the Nuclear Warriors, shows off a new prototype trailer of the heavy metal platformer. Okay. don't think I'm going to bother to watch that trailer, but almost certainly I will put this on the follow list. And we're kind of back to the old way I used to manage games, as I'd put them on the follow list to see if they were worth checking out later. Let's see, you can get 18 different stories in the Assemble Entertainment Humble Bundle. A nice big mixture of games, themes, and stories are here available. Generally, bundles that are random struggle to justify themselves. Like this Leisure Suit Larry game is probably pretty different from Sticky Business or A Juggler's Tale at Far. And they're telling you the reviews here. So Minute of Violence is a little bit lower. Ball of Porcupine is lower. Hamuna, Detective Noir Story. Most of these games I don't even recognize. Actually, scrolling down here is probably a mistake because I think we'll probably have every single game that I just looked at open as tabs. Most of these games were already on my wish list. I'm gonna look into that one later. Then Hauma Detective Noir Story is mixed as a game. A little too much pink in the palette there. Monolith. Windy Meadow is very positive. Burn the Shape of Fantasy. A lot of these games are pretty old too, which is fine by me. Then Leisure Suit Larry I already own. And the efforts to try to own all the Leisure Suit Larry games, but I believe there's one that was just directly pulled from sale and it's impossible to own. So I definitely wouldn't buy the Humble Bundle for that game. The question is, how much would the bundle really cost? I own this Encodia also. Wouldn't have really realized that. I remember this game from 10 years ago. Probably speaks to just how few games there are where you see African protagonists being shown. Plan B from Outer Space. It's barely worth paying attention to. I mean, it's rated very positively and it's barely over 30 reviews, but I still would lean towards saying it's probably irrelevant in that there's not enough reviews for as old of a game as this. Innsmouth case is mixed. Oh. 3 minutes to 8 is mixed. So I'm going to click here and see what happens there. And yeah, apparently just clicking anywhere on the screen will close it, although it maybe takes a double click in that case. So that'll save me a lot of frustration of moving to the edge, although that does also mean that an accidental click may show something unintendedly. But yeah, having to come to the middle to click OK or close is asking a lot. I may want to change the programming to see if I can make sure I can click everywhere, but I don't think I really need to. One of the biggest events of the year is for game developers is here. The nominations now for the 2025 Steam Awards. I don't know how big that really is for game developers. I already posted my picks and showed the categories in the last stream, so there's really not much more to say. The classic racers Flat Out and Flat Out 2 get Steam achievements, big fixes, and more improvements. It is interesting to see an old game getting achievements in particular. Not widescreen images in many of the screenshots, and inconsistent frame rates between the screenshots is interesting. Let's see. Dismiss the update. The God Game Reyes 2 adds full Steam Deck / SteamOS support in the latest update. I remember this game being announced. Tab is not open. So that's like twice now. It feels like there should have been a tab open. Maybe there wasn't a Steam link on that page. The chaotic climbing game Chimp Up looks hilarious. If you want to check that out on Steam. I don't think this is a single player experience, even though it does say it has single player. Let's see if we can maybe see this in action and get a general idea of what it would look like. Yeah, I think this is too fast of movement for the kind of game it looks like. Yeah, so that loses my interest. It feels like if you were to take Super Monkey Ball and make it more about swinging and then reduce the quality of graphics and probably the control mechanisms. I wouldn't even call Super Monkey Ball a guaranteed smooth gameplay experience in itself. Let's see. Moving on, Xorg server 21.1.21 refreshingly released to fix some annoying regressions. These are X server window management, which I'm not sure that SteamOS even uses the X server and Xorg stuff. They might not. If they do, it's definitely being pushed out of the limelight in favor of Wayland. Although, from what I hear, Wayland still has room for improvement on its side quite a bit too. But yeah, for many years, Xorg X11 server window managing was the default and really the only option that you would use in Linux, and it didn't feel like there would be any kind of refresh or challenge to it until Wayland became a thing, which in fairness they needed to update it. Probably one of the updates to Wayland that's kind of new is proper HDR color palette support, which you would have thought that would have been implemented earlier. Let's see, SteamVR 2.14 brings fixes for a Linux memory leak, a Steam Link freeze for AMD GPUs, and more. Okay. So I guess that's a freeze when using Steam Link on VR headsets, or using VR headsets on Steam Link with a Steam Link. You can get a nice discount on the Steam Deck LCD during Valve's Black Friday sale. There's also several games that are discounted. But remember, the winter sale is the big sale, and that's happening December 18th. So you'd be better off saving your money and avoiding other sales and other purchases during Black Friday for the winter sale. Right, so I'm going to click over here. It definitely felt like it one-click unlocked that, but it had a bit of a delay to it. which maybe is intentional, maybe isn't, in case you accidentally clicked in the wrong place. I am going to click exactly once. Yeah. More than likely, it's just delayed for some of the code that's already built into jQuery. I don't remember Scarlet Nexus. We've got a lot of older games being shown here. These are games that are on sale. In a lot of ways, God of War might be a sun-raising simulator to some extent. And it's kind of a great example of telling the narrative of raising a sun without having to rely on such an old-school strategy, flat 2D management gameplay mechanic. Spider-Man Remastered. These are not ever going to be really that discounted, so there's an argument for buying it. Although weirdly, I'd say this year is going to be mostly about covering and collecting DVDs. Not DVDs per se, Blu-rays. Actually, I think DVDs will probably stay on the shelves for a lot longer than Blu-rays, both in their normal form and the 4K UHD versions. But yeah, I think Blu-rays will start to disappear from the shelves after this year. Let's see. Schrodinger's Cat Burglar is an adorable looking puzzle game. Do I want to watch the trailer here? Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. I keep starting these trailers and then looking at my phone, and all throughout this Black Friday week I've been looking at my phone just like desperately trying to find something on sale and shopping and finding absolutely nothing, which is, I guess, saving me some money, but it is also fairly disappointing. Okay. From the looks of this trailer, it does seem like this is a pretty nice looking game. Puzzle game. There's a burger press on Slick Deals for sale. Kind of ridiculous thing to even have to be mentioned to be on sale. And particularly, I don't agree with pressing down on burgers and squashing them. The whole squash burger concept, I think, is just going to lead you to a dried out, flat piece of overcooked meat. But yeah, there's maybe an argument if you had just like way too much fat in the burger of squishing it, but I don't even think that would really solve that problem. If you have way too much fat in the burger, as far as the fat to meat ratio, you probably would have to just try and cook it in a completely different way. Break it up into smaller pieces and make ground beef bits, things like that, instead of one big chunk of meat like a hamburger would be. Moving on, Moonlighter 2, The Endless Vault, enters early access, and his work is ongoing to improve it on the Steam Deck, which is nice for people to say they're working on it. Which, yeah, there's still a ton of people, ton of developers making games to run on the Steam Deck, ton of people on Gaming on Linux, or the one person running Gaming on Linux talking about the Steam Deck. I have quite a few YouTube channels that I'm still following that focus on the Steam Deck in particular. So I feel like I'm fairly excited. And weirdly, I guess I'm more excited now that I'm finally actually playing a game on my Steam Deck. Maybe one day I'll even get that sticky X button to stop sticking while I'm playing Belotro. But yeah, there's a lot of excitement here. I'm recognizing at this point I need to just put up on the shelf the case for the Steam Deck too, somewhere where I can grab it, but where it's not going to be as much out and about. I have plenty of shelf space. If I can just organize it nice and have nice looking things on it, that would be great. And then I have plenty of boxes and trash bags to throw garbage in and get rid of it, or box it up and put it in the garage. But then my garage is kind of full and definitely needs that cleaned out too. That would be helpful. Yeah. At a certain level, if I had the opportunity just to have had a completely empty garage, a massive amount of the cleaning and decluttering that I've been doing over the past year would have been accomplished a lot faster. Like, at the very least, it would have been something I could have worked on in less dire circumstances. But yeah, no such luck. Nobody ever really keeps their garage empty and clean. And in my case, I have half of a garage, floor to ceiling, of a Nintendo collection that either I need to give away or find some other use for. There's half an argument to unpack it and set up and start decorating my house with it, but I really don't think I want to do that. Yeah. Since it's already boxed up and packaged for long-term storage. Moving on, try to demo for Kinsfolk, a casual emotional adventure about fatherhood. Well, we may very well have a theme growing of being a parent and playing as a parent. Which this is probably a reflection of game developers having their first kids. There's definitely a lot of horror stories that there's less kids who are interested in romance or going out and doing anything with kids, let alone dating, making out, having sex. Although it may very well be the case that some of those polls are reporting that kids are saying and self-reporting that they're having sex less often just because they're being more honest. Back when I was a kid, it was fairly common to lie about your level of experience and activity in those cases to an extreme level. Well, if this is about fatherhood, it's weird that we're not actually seeing any child here in this game. Let's see, the huge fan-made Time Splitters Rewind is now out in early access with several features to check out. There's another character from Time Splitters that really just highlights the random characters and random locations that were in Time Splitters. But yeah, this is perhaps the pinnacle of pick a lane mistake, in that they literally just did not pick a lane as to what the character designs, what the level designs, what the story, what the location was going to be, and they instead made a whole bunch of art and a whole bunch of different locations and maps, which satisfied the player base, I'm sure, to no end, but probably cost way too much to make. If you were to propose something like Time Splitters in modern days, you would not get funded because it would just be this inconsistent thought. 96 characters to play with is crazy, when most games have one playable character. Maybe you get up to 3 or 4 playable characters. It almost feels like they were doing this as some kind of tech demo. Zombie modes, crazy wild aliens, babies, all kinds of enemies. And those two are the characters that are perhaps the most recognizable of the 96 characters, and even they are not characters I can name. Well, obviously there's a high level of fandom, and that there's a whole fan-made Rewind remake now. It's going to bring us to GameDeveloper.com. Let's see. It's scary, humiliating, and patronizing. Santa Rion is facing closure after Horses has been banned from Steam. Interesting. we just looked at that game like that was going to be a thing, and yeah, apparently is already banned from Steam, which is not surprising because it looked like there's going to be a ton of characters with their dongs hanging out, or most of their butt hanging out, and so that would have been the thing. The indie developer claims Valve has blacklisted its upcoming horror game without providing a clear reason, leaving the entire studio in a precarious position. And this is perhaps going to be the best example of where censorship can be just completely devastating to a game developer. And sure, you could probably say that they should have seen this coming and had backups, and realistically you could still put this game out on your own website or DL site, but it won't sell anywhere as much as putting it on Steam. It makes a great argument that maybe Steam should be a service and not a company, corporate run thing. If it were, say, the post office would not have the constitutional rights to prevent shipping mail. I'm not sure the post office can even ban customers for doing anything at all. They could probably ban them from federal locations, but even then there's questionableness to that as far as getting a judge order to ban you from all post offices. But yeah, more than likely they saw this coming. I could certainly see the other argument being made that this was an intentional, we're making a weird game that's going to get censored and we need it, we wanted to make it controversial because in reality this game is going to be garbage and it's our last hurrah. The quote here I do agree with: lawful work should not be made unreachable. And it does kind of feel like there might be an actual narrative and artistic value to Horses. I'm not going to make an argument that it isn't artistic, even if it does personally to me look like it's mostly brain rot garbage. But yeah. The censorship continues, although we may just have a censored version. It felt like for a brief second there that with the release of Agony that Valve was going to open up and be less censorious. But even with the initial release of Agony and the publisher, there was censorship, and even with Agony Uncensored getting released later, which created a whole nother level of controversy, it still felt like it was probably a little censored from what the original version was. And we did have a story just a couple days ago about how Dispatch, the Dispatch creator, said there were more sex scenes and content that was cut, and he now regrets it. So yeah, video games are not growing up. If they are anything retarding, for the lack of a better term, they are regressing to less of an adult friendly medium. Moving on, the next GameDeveloper.com article is Valve Steam Machines pricing will take after PCs, not consoles. We pretty much already talked this to death. And inherently after the announcement, I knew there was just going to be a ton of discussion around the Steam Machine before anything even is actually said or shown around the Steam Machine. So I definitely want to be cautious to not talk about it too much. At some level, I feel like you might just have somebody make a PC case that looks very much like a Steam Machine, but it's just like way bigger, or a little bit bigger, and people might just build computers in that kind of case. Yeah, I do have a PC case that's a home theater case, and it'd be kind of hard to put modern equipment in it, but I keep it around because it was specifically designed to fit on the shelf in a home theater setup. Yeah. I was talking about in previous episodes how I was also trying to get my ceiling fan, and this has nothing to do with video games, I'm just rambling again. My ceiling fan to kind of slow down or turn off during the time that the air conditioner is blowing, which, yeah, it is getting colder, so that is a weird thing. I probably am hitting a point now where I should just have it spin in the opposite direction anyways. And so I experimented, because the ceiling fan has different modes. I was hoping I could change it to a different mode. It has a normal mode where it just spins at the specific speed, but then it has a sleep mode where it goes down to 1 to 3 and cycles between speeds 1 to 3 at different times. And then it has a natural mode that does almost the same thing, except for it goes to 5 out of 10 in the speeds. So it cycles basically between like 4 and 6. Which none of that saves the speed setting back to normal mode when you go back to normal mode, which is the problem that I ran into. And that I would put it in sleep mode, and then when it went back to normal mode, it would be at speed 1 when it was previously at speed 5. But if I put it in the natural mode, that's close enough. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. Although, again, it still gets chilly just running the air to cycle out and filter things. Yeah, it is just time to hit the button on my phone and let it turn the smart fan in the opposite direction. We'll see if I can live with that. Yeah. The amount of power as I'm monitoring my power, also because of the air conditioner not actually air conditioning, is getting ridiculously low in kilowatts. I did not realize that that was as big of a deal. Whoops. Good thing I don't have my water sprinkler set up. I set one of the schedules to run in the middle of the evening, 5:55 p.m. when it was supposed to be 5:55 a.m. And yeah, that's ridiculous timing. That's absolutely the wrong time to have a sprinkler system go. Yeah. Back to video game news, GameDeveloper.com news. Ubisoft and FX are working on a Far Cry TV series. The anthology TV series is based on the game franchise, which is being led by producers Rob Mack and Noah Hawley, which I don't know either of those names. I don't really follow producers or directors that well. Right, and that's going to bring us to all the new games on Steam. Although, before we do that, let's check and see if CSS is on. Yes, it is. So I didn't modify this page either. So I still have a lot of work to do. And I don't have any of the new games on Steam open. Whoops. Okay. So, what I think we'll do to correct that is we'll go here and take this. This is how we will potentially correct that. And then we will go here and scroll down. So again, this is a great example of where my macros are just not robust enough. They don't work well enough. So I'll use another plugin extension called Snaplinks to open about that many. Then I have to kind of break it up, otherwise it will crash because of the dynamic refreshing nature. I'm going to open about 50, and then that's going back to November 24th in constants, so that should be enough there anyways. So let's just pause the video and I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Apologies for that. So, yeah. It really didn't take too long to load all of those games. I don't think there's really a ton of games that have even come out or been released or approved for release on this time frame. It's a terrible time to really be releasing games anyways. But also I can't help but think that some of my optimizations are speeding up the whole process too. Yeah. So, again, I explain it every time that if I'm interested in a game, I will put on the follow list. If I want to make a YouTube short on it, I will swipe this way to leave it open, and if I am completely thinking of it unworthy to even have a YouTube short made after it, I will swipe down this way as a gesture to make the tab close. These are gestures by a different plugin. Here we have an AI generated disclosure. I think this pop-up in particular may prove to be helpful as far as just recognizing how much AI is actually being disclosed. In particular, of course, we're in a bad position right now as far as mature content goes. So I really am going to have to drag anything with a mature content warning to the other screen. So apologies for that. As it goes, Constance is already rated very positively, so it does feel like that is a surprise hit. I might have said yes to this game if all the screenshots weren't so incredibly close to each other. Yeah. And you can see the text here on AI describes things differently. Of course, a Minesweeper game doesn't really need AI, although we probably will get to a point where AI becomes more of a thing. This one's already on the following list and it's mostly negative. Yeah. I feel like this game, this art is from something. I could have sworn I've seen this from some kind of like movie or comic book or something. Although, frankly, you could have a character that looks a lot like that, and it would feel fairly similar. A half-shaved head style. Yeah. You can see here why I've been I spent most of my time over the past couple days trying to get this carousel to speed up. It's just incredibly slow to start. It feels like it's probably 5 seconds between each slide when I want 800 milliseconds, less than 1 second per slide, which is the same. Yeah, my eyes can recognize that. Maybe that's why my eyesight's so bad too, is that the flashing of quick things has become a problem. I've been watching a lot of YouTube for years at 2x speed, although typically I'm not actually watching the YouTube, but I still want what I want, and what I want is for these slides to move faster, and when going through them it makes a lot more sense. It's just ridiculous to sit here and wait for it to slide through. Then when you hover over, it's programmed to pause, which makes a lot of sense. But then when you hover off of it, so the on mouse off function event, it pauses for even longer before it starts moving again. Well, I'd prefer that to just be instantaneous when you hover off of it. Let's see. So I'm going to have to read the mature content, I guess is what we can do here. That's the way to handle this. And if that's the case, I definitely should make the text bigger too. Increasingly, I'm just making the text bigger for my own eyesight reasons, but there is definitely a argument towards making it bigger for people watching this on smaller screens. But yeah, it's really, really hard to know what the game is all about when you just get one screenshot and then would have to wait 5 seconds before you get another screenshot. So that is the issue. Yeah. And what I did while the tabs were loading, since it didn't really take that long, was just went outside and got packages. Yeah, it's gonna be packages for days. And the weirdness on the delays of like the Prime Day sales and credit cards is that I really am only paying off the credit card from the last Prime Day sale, as I'm about to run up the credit card potentially for the Black Friday sale. Sales are too close together. And I always pay off the balance. So it's not a case of paying a minimum or anything, it's just it takes usually 30 to 60 days, it feels like, before things cross over. You're still paying something every month, yes, but the amounts may differ, and I guess if you spent nothing in a month, you'd pay 0 in a month. Still seeing a lot of AI. And this was definitely the thought as far as just, hey, here's AI. Honestly, there's probably an argument to popping up a OK button if it is if it is an adult mature content trigger, but then just having it auto close after a second as far as the AI goes. Yeah. Weirdly, I might end up changing the AI searching so it doesn't even search for AI and then instead just puts AI in the logo here. That might be better. Not the logo, but the empty space here. Maybe over here on this side makes sense. But yeah, I don't know if I really need that level of prominence as far as AI warnings. What did that one say? The developers describe how their game uses AI content. AI assisted tools were used to prepare some of the imagery on the store page. The game itself is AI free. That's hard to believe, and if it's true, it doesn't really even matter, because it still seems like you've just done a really ridiculous thing in that case to present your game with material that is not actually in the game according to you. That is called false advertising in the real world. And I imagine with Thanksgiving being so close, the number of views I'm going to get are pretty low. they were talking about, YouTube was talking about paying to promote your channels and your videos, and yeah, I guess if I was insanely desperate or had a ton of free money, there might be a thought to that. It would be the ultimate money solves everything issue if I put $200 into advertising my channel just to all of a sudden get enough watch time to earn more than $200 from ad revenue and getting into the YouTube Partner Program. You'd think that maybe YouTube wouldn't let you advertise your channel if it's not already monetized, but I bet they take your money just fine. And almost certainly the reason why they're promoting the idea of advertising your channel is because they're trying to get some extra cash before the end of the year. But I have yet to see anybody actually claim that advertising your channel through YouTube works. I've seen more people claim that you might have a chance of success buying fake views and bots, which on that aspect with Twitter, they rolled out a whole feature apparently to geolocate accounts and just show where these accounts are originating from. And there's a lot of people claiming to live in Texas in the United States and they're actually out of Russia, and they're just fake bot accounts. Yeah, according to that thing. And then Elon Musk turned off that feature very quickly, as it revealed that most of those typically right-wing political channels were not even based out of the United States, while pushing right-wing political messaging. Yeah. There will be very few references. Yeah, this doesn't look like much of anything. There's some nudity in the game, although it's very limited to NPCs. Okay. So, at the moment, in this stream, I'm gonna have to read all of these. But weirdly, this game, Angels of Mars, as far as the screenshots, just looks like a garbage game, and kind of an asset flip game, more than anything. Let's see. A ton of this is, though, violence and gore. Yeah, if I was going to curate and censor what I covered based on violence and gore tags and warnings, that would be the vast majority of the games. I would say 50 to maybe 59% of all games we see coming out on Steam. It would probably be much closer to 80 to 90% of all games that are of any actual interest to play. This isn't the worst Western animation style I've seen. You can just have a little bit of that colored pencil art style and consistency. Of course, there's just an RPG maker around this. I feel sorry for artists, really, in that there clearly are a lot of artists who want to make video games and can draw fairly well, but then wouldn't really have any reason why they would be good at making games. And there's, I'm sure, plenty of people who can make games that can't draw at all, that run into the same problem. It is pretty much a unicorn when someone is really, really good at drawing and really, really good at programming, and I have yet to actually see anyone. Israel versus Iran. You would have thought that would have been flagged and not allowed on Steam. It's just being too political. Mentions of sexual activities and body parts, it says. You can see that a lot of these adult warnings too are just not really the games that in the screenshots, in the titles, in the descriptions would even be issues of showing off. For the most part, if you're not in the adult section, which is hidden basically by default on Steam, everything is usually fairly safe. But every now and then you do get one that is just showing a little too much side boob. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of man meat being shown in video games. Like, I know there was some kind of trolley games, the Radiator series, for instance, on Steam. It was gay guys, but yeah, that's the only one that even began to have a feeling of being a little bit adult in nature. No, it's very adult in nature. I shouldn't say a little bit. It's all about that. But even then, I don't know if it had a lot of characters that were showing off skin. So here we have another visual novel. So the problem with these visual novels is if you have just like one pose of your main character and all you're showing is screenshots of that same character, this really doesn't feel like enough of a game. I don't know this developer or publisher, so that doesn't really inspire that there actually is a good polished game here. And this game using AI should be to the surprise of no one. Yeah. And we've got a sequel game on that visual novel already. Seems like somebody's churning them out very quickly. More AI. What's funny about the AI warnings in this is just how terrible the games look that are using AI. Yeah, already in this stream this has highlighted the problem of AI as I see it. And as I see things is very different than as most people see things, in that I'm looking at every single new game coming out on Steam. So while great games may not use AI, or claim at least not to use AI, the trend definitely seems to be that more and more developers that are small and trying to get even a little bit of success by using AI. And then definitely the level of people that are using AI for low-level asset flip development of games and selling of games are going to do that unabashedly. Again, this is the kind of game that, at least in the past, would have paid somebody to actually animate it. Or more realistically, a lot of these hidden object games, I think, are probably collections of art that were made a long time ago and then asset flipped to death and reused over and over again. I wouldn't be surprised if Big Fish Games in particular does just have an asset store that people buy the assets and then write a very rough story around, and I wouldn't be surprised if even the puzzles are just swapped in and out and random infinite combinations of the same content, which, you know, Dirtbag Mahjong. It's an interesting name, at least. Holder of place. Looks like it might be something just a little higher level of polish to the visuals. Here we have a text only game. We still see these on occasion, which, yeah, if Steam was going to disallow anything, I can't help but wonder if the thing they should disallow is things that actually don't have video in their video games. Although if you inherently started saying you must have video in your video games, half of the games on Steam that are visual novels wouldn't even have an intro video. So yeah, I don't think that really would work. I'm in a weird position. Certainly, though, I need to get my macros to work a little bit better by Friday, and I probably won't get them to work a bit better by Friday. See, that seems to be the most recent game to come out. That was not a very long list of games, and I can't help but think that that was the right number as far as how this all goes. And as far as anything we might want to do in the fall list cleanup, it does now occur to me that I should just fix and write new code on the fall list cleanup in the first place. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know why I'm getting so inspired to try and do more things, but yeah, I feel like there is a real move here to make improvements and get inspired at the end of these streams to make improvements. Particularly the fall list cleanup has just been staggered until I had a better idea, and now I have a better idea. So yeah, it really is one of those cases where I wish I knew then what I know now. They often ask about going back in time and knowing everything you know now. If I had perfect recollection of everything and actually remembered everything and could go back in time, that would be great. I could certainly be more efficient in doing the same things more than even changing things. Which, yeah, obviously if I went back in time I'd probably change a lot, but I could also avoid a decent amount of issues. Although some of it probably wouldn't change too much. I still would be myself. I'd still have the same thoughts and feelings and attitudes, and while that may change and soften with old age, it doesn't change that much. People around you in the past, if you could go back in time, would probably not all of a sudden change or treat you differently. So like the idea of being reborn as a baby and remembering everything you know now is an insane thought. I would want to go back to being maybe 18 years old or so, just legally free to do whatever I want. I could see even going back to high school and messing with that, but I honestly wouldn't want to go through high school again. But yeah, wouldn't go back any further than that unless there was some major reason. Anyways, I'm rambling, and even though this was a somewhat short stream as far as news, it still turned into a super long stream. And I don't know why it's just getting longer and longer. Am I just moving slower, I guess is the question. Maybe. I'm probably just rambling way more than I should. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.